Good morning and welcome to the 26th meeting of the Net Zero Energy and Transport Committee for 2025. I've received apologies from Monica Lennon and I'm going to welcome her substitute Sarah Boyatt to the meeting. The first item on the agenda is an evidence session on the Climate Change Scotland Act 2009 Scottish Carbon Budgets Amendment Regulations 2025. The regulations set the target levels for 4 5-year carbon budgets from 2026 to 2045, the statutory date for Scotland reaching net zero. Last week, we took evidence from the Climate Change Committee on their advice, which informed the regulations. Today, we'll be hearing from a panel of academic experts on the science of climate change and its impacts before hearing from the Cabinet Secretary for Climate Action and Energy. We'll consider the formal motion on the instrument under the next agenda item. My hope is that the first panel, you can help the committee understand the bigger picture on the global and national challenge behind the rather abstract numbers set out in the regulations. The latest on the science of climate change, the views of what we need to do to prepare for climate change and adapt to it here in Scotland. I'm pleased to welcome Professor Gabby Hergel, who's the Professor of Climate Systems Science at the University of Edinburgh, Professor Fabrice Renard, the Professor of Environmental Risk and Community Resilience and the Director of the National Centre for Resilience, the University of Glasgow, Dr. Andrew Russell, the Director of Environmental Change and Communities Research Centre, and Dr. Ellie Murtagh, the postdoctoral researcher for Maynooth University. Thank you all for joining us. Now, we've got a huge amount of ground to cover this morning, both by this panel and the next panel. And we definitely want to hear from you, but I'm encouraging members and, in fact, the witnesses to keep crisp contributions so we can make sure that we get through all the subject areas that we want to, and there's quite a few of them. Before I move to questions, just in case this matter comes up, I'd like to remind members of my register of interest that I'm a member of a family farming partnership in Murray, where we grow crops and breed cattle, which are produced for beef production. So the first questions this morning come from Mark. Mark.
Thank you, and thank you for your time this morning. I'd like to start by asking you whether you think the goal of 1.5 is still alive. Who would like to start? Andrew?
Just to help me, when people are in the room, what usually happens is everyone looks away that doesn't want to answer the question, and I pick the last one to look away. Unfortunately, when you're online, that doesn't quite work because you're all staring intently at the camera. So if you want to answer it, put your hand up on the thing, or even just wave at me or the person asking the question, and they'll bring you in. Okay. There you go. You've got your first wave, Mark. Off you go.
Thank you. Gabby, would you like to come in?
Okay, thank you. First off, thank you very much for inviting me, and apologies I couldn't make it. I have long ago committed to be in Switzerland right now. So there has been a recent publication on the carbon budget that gives us on the order of 2 or 3 years to run out of the remaining carbon budget. So I think we have to be facing the fact that 1.5 degrees is difficult to impossible, probably impossible. However, it's not like a cliff edge. It's the closer we can stay to it, the better. So it's and it's quite tricky how to navigate the communication of this issue. But I think it's best to be realistic.
Any other thoughts on that from the panel?
Ellie, do you want to come in? You sort of nodded. That's dangerous to nod if you don't want to come in. If no one wants to come in, Mark,
it's fine. I will continue with questions. Thank you. So, I mean, for context, then, Gabby, you're saying that the budget that we have effectively to stay within 1.5, there's only 2 to 3 years of that left. Where are we with peaking of global emissions? So if we're to have any chance of staying, say, within 2 degrees or 2.5 degrees, when do global emissions need to peak? and what are the kind of policies and actions that need to be taken globally in order to have any chance of achieving that? Yeah, do you want to come in, and I'll turn to others.
Okay. I have muted my audio, which was probably reckless. So it is, there seems to be a flattening of some aspects. So greenhouse gases seem to be a slight bit flatter, and there have been some optimistic voices that maybe it is about to peak, but that is a long way from actually reaching net zero, as that would not just require a peak, but dropping down, basically dropping off a cliff to zero, which is very difficult. And so it's methane seems to be increasing. So there's been a very comprehensive recent publication I'm not involved in, but led by Piers Forster, who is, I think, involved with the Climate Change Committee. So I'm quite sure he presented that maybe to you when the Climate Change Committee was there. So it's so we are quite far off it. This is a source of anxiety amongst the climate research community, because we realize that there is the closer you approach 2 or even 3 degrees, the closer you approach an area of climate change where it is difficult to predict exactly what the impacts are, where some of the impacts could be very, very painful, and such as lethal heat in some parts of Asia, or there is also a risk of tipping points, has been highlighted by some publications, that we could face some changes that are hard to reverse, accelerate once they're underway, or are difficult to adapt to. So it is, the further out we go, the harder it will be. And so staying as close as possible to our initial goal would be very good.
Yeah. Andrew?
Yeah, I think the key issue here is to do as much as we can, and the arbitrary target is of secondary concern, and that is domestically, so reducing our own emissions as much as we possibly can, and internationally to use our soft power and our influence in the world to persuade others to join the journey to net zero as well. I mean, staying below 1.5 would be fantastic, but being at 1.4 doesn't mean we're all fine, and being at 1.6 doesn't mean we're all doomed. You know, we just need to start from where we are and do as much as we possibly can. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That didn't answer your question, but yeah, I don't think we'll stay below 1.5.
No, unfortunately not. I agree, but I think the point about tipping points is one that's imperative to think about when speaking about carbon budgets, particularly that timeline. Obviously, when we're speaking about tipping points globally, that ranges from things like the collapse of the Greenland and West Arctic ice sheet, the therming of permafrost, or destabilization of the Atlantic circulation that shapes our weather. So whilst these sound, international and global, they will definitely have ramifications here in Scotland. From sea level rise of more than a metre by 2100, and that would mean threatening the livability of coastal communities such as Montrose and the Western Isles, or even putting key infrastructure like Grangemouth at risk. So also in terms of global food insecurity, could push Scotland beyond our ability to cope, and those adaptation costs would escalate. So I think the key point here is that every fraction of a degree matters. So whilst there is these tipping points at 1.5 degrees, any reduction beyond that reduces our future burden of adaptation, which I think is key to speak about. Because within 1.5, there is still the ability to adapt and manage, where when we're speaking about higher levels of warming, at 3 degrees or more, the scale of flooding, heat waves and sea level rise that we'll experience in Scotland are unmanageable and really will overwhelm our ability to cope and adapt.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Fabrice, do you want to come in?
Yeah, so one of the aspects that is important is that, all the efforts that we can do in Scotland must be pursued so that we meet the targets that we have. But in doing so also, we are dependent, of course, of emissions of other countries, obviously. If temperatures continue to rise, all the activities that can be done in Scotland to start mitigating the effects can also contribute to adaptation. And I think that's very important to note, because we can then get much more prepared to events, increases frequency of floods, of droughts, of heat waves, which are predicted for Scotland. And in doing this double objective, have communities that are much more adapted to the consequences of future climate change.
So we're obviously considering a carbon budget this morning. It replaces what was, previously interim targets for climate change. What's your analysis of where Scotland is at in terms of its contribution? Do you think it's about right? Do you think there are areas that we could go faster? Do you think there's a moral imperative to go faster given our contribution to industrial emissions globally? I'm interested in your thoughts as climate scientists on where you see Scotland sitting right now, particularly given the carbon budget that's before us this morning. Who would like to go? Ellie, do you want to come in on that?
I think as a resident of Scotland, I think we do have this moral imperative, particularly as you say, our place in the Industrial Revolution, James Watt coming up with the steam condenser in Glasgow Green, and the impact that has had globally. So I think we do have this drive and responsibility, and I think Scotland has been leading the way, particularly at COP26 with the establishment of the loss and damage facility. I think things like that are just and appropriate, but I think what we need to see is the commitment and the action progress along with some of these goals that have been set. But I will say my research focus and practice has mostly been on climate adaptation, so I'll defer to my colleagues who are more working on the mitigation side.
Okay. Andrew?
Yeah, I don't work on carbon budgets either, but the other way of looking at this is that early adopters tend to win in these situations. So if we look back to the Montreal Protocol, when we phased out CFCs, it was the early adopters who moved to different solutions to that problem who profited and came out well in that situation. So rather than looking at it from as a problem that you need to suffer to solve, there are opportunities domestically and internationally to take here by being an early adopter in the field.
Do you see other countries around the world in that early adopter space seeing the advantages of being first mover, or is everybody sitting back and going, well, don't want competitive disadvantage?
Yeah, I mean the manufacturing arms race of solar panels and wind turbines is not my area, but yeah, I think we all know who's forging ahead there.
Okay, Fabrice?
So in terms of the moral imperative, I do believe, yes, we need to continue on the trajectory that we have. I think that a lot of what could be done has already been done, and that's where we are right now in Scotland. But when you look at what needs to be done in the future for the next budget, basically, actions really need to start being implemented now. And I think principally about mitigation actions around nature-based solutions. And this needs to be implemented as soon as possible, because the benefits will come later in time. And if they're not started or accelerated, I would say now, there may be difficulties in the future with the budgets.
Gabby?
Yeah, I agree that we shouldn't just look at this as a burden, but also as an opportunity. And history has shown that this is that could be used as an opportunity. And we have a fantastic wind power resource, for example, that is doing really well. And I think what is tricky here is the system and the storage, but even there, and that's we have done a little bit research in that ourselves. Even there, you don't need a long-term storage. You just need to bridge very rare days that are unwindy anywhere. So it is a very promising. There are very promising solutions out, and I think it should be the positive aspects, the opportunities should be emphasized maybe a bit more than the problem of having to constrain ourselves to a budget. I think there's a real opportunity here as well. But morally, it's difficult to argue with morals in an international context. It doesn't seem to work very well. I've learned from my colleagues who work on climate politics, but we have a long history of using fossil fuels. So I think the burden is more on countries like Scotland and the UK and the US than on countries that are only recently developing.
Okay, thank you.
When you want to come in.
Just a very brief supplementary, convener, because most of the panellists have said that this is a positive, there's opportunities, and it's not so much of a burden. But people out there at this moment in time are beginning to question our net zero targets. Some politicians are immensely sceptical and are firing all of this up. How do we persuade people on the ground that of the positive aspects of our journey to net zero, of that just transition, rather than a burden? Maybe we can go to somebody in the room first. Dr. Russell, please.
Yeah, I think Fabrice started along this point of bringing together climate change mitigation, which is pretty dry, you know, setting out carbon targets and then transitioning the energy infrastructure that we have, but bringing that to the adaptation brief as well. So developing a vision of what a well-adapted, resilient Scotland or UK looks like, and visioning how that would improve people's lives. So even if...
Examples, I think that would be really useful. Continue, please, Dr. Russell.
Yeah, I was just saying, even if we are wrong about climate change, which we definitely aren't, transitioning our infrastructure away from polluting fossil fuels, which make our air quality worse and lead to hundreds of deaths, from integrating flood risk management infrastructure into our societies to stop people losing their property and damaging their mental and physical health as a result of floods, which have always happened and will continue to happen, making our coastal communities resilient to sea level rise, which you've seen is happening, is going to accelerate in the future, and will carry on happening, to improving our housing stock, better insulation, dealing with heat waves, which are becoming more frequent. If we can make that case, that this is good for people's health, it's more efficient, then, I don't know, the climate change part of the argument is almost irrelevant. We should be doing this stuff anyway to restructure our infrastructure and our society in a better way.
Marta, please.
Yes, going to your question about what we can do to engage the public, I think there's a few tangible actions we can do, including making it easy and affordable to act. So again, building on the points that have just been said about highlighting the benefits of both mitigating and adapting, but making sure that there's no increased burden on households. So for example, again, we're speaking about home retrofits, providing funding and grants and clear advice for what homes and households can do to both insulate and retrofit and switch to low-carbon heating without increasing maladaptation of damp or mould and without adding increase to their bills. Similarly, with transport, there's investing in safe walking, cycling routes by reliable public transport, which helps the public shift away from the private cars by finding that affordability. Similarly, I think there's a need to build awareness and trust through public climate information campaigns. It's reassuring to see Scottish Government's Climate Engagement Fund continue to fund such projects, supporting community-level action. Again, there needs to be expanded funding for Scottish Government's community climate action hubs.
That's fine,
yeah.
Right? And, you know, I believe in climate change. I believe that we have to reach those net zero targets. I think we should be taking the lead in the world and persuading others. But none of the things that you have said today are, if you excuse the expression, particularly sexy for the public. And that is what we need to change. We need to give the public the knowledge, but also give them the vision of what this means for them and how this will be good for them.
Yes, I totally appreciate that. And with all due respect, I think there's maybe a fear that we're underestimating the public there. And I only say this because of some really interesting and exciting research that's going to be published tomorrow, which I'm privy to, because I'm on the board of a climate charity called Climate Outreach. It's a climate communications and engagement charity. And every year they produce a toolkit and report called Britain Talks Climate. And through the year, they do extensive engagement. About 7,000 people are polled, including a representative sample in Scotland, and where they ask the public what are their opinions, and they make sure, again, you're bringing in different groups. And I just want to very quickly, if you'll allow me, share some of the findings that are coming out, and as I say, will be published tomorrow. And the first one is that they tested different ways of talking about climate investment by the government, and 63% of the people polled in Scotland were supportive of the Scottish Government investing in climate change adaptation measures, with only 14% opposed. And that's higher than the GB average. Similarly, compared to the average across GB, more people in Scotland felt action taken for climate adaptation should be used as an opportunity to reshape the way we live now. So 57% of people thought this was an opportunity to change the systems we operate in, rather than merely protecting the way we live.
Okay, thank you. Professor Hergill?
Yeah, thank you. I think one thing we could also do a bit more of is make it a bit easier on people. So we still don't have, for example, a perfect charging infrastructure for the electric transition. It seems to be going quite slowly, but here I'm not speaking of an expert, really. I'm speaking as a resident of Scotland, realizing that there's a lot of barriers to for reducing carbon emissions in people's daily lives that we could still address somewhat better. I also feel a lot of goodwill towards addressing climate change amongst a lot of people I speak to on a daily basis, and I think it's just the barriers. For example, air travel has resumed enthusiastically because it's virtually impossible to get onto mainland Europe in an uncomplicated way by train. We have still high energy bills despite having very cheap wind energy, and a lot of it. And if we could address some of these structural barriers to actually seeing the rewards of the transition, that I think that would really help, because there's a lot of disquiet about the electricity bills.
Thank you. Professor Reno?
Yes, I think that the point about engagement with communities is very important and key, and in a meaningful way, not just asking opinions, but actually taking the opinions of communities into account. And this is done more and more, particularly, not only, but particularly in urban contexts, where obviously heat waves are becoming more and more of an issue globally in Scotland, but also in many other parts of the world. And a lot of urban areas are starting to adapting by deploying more and more blue and green infrastructure within cities. And this is increasingly done through co-development with communities, with neighborhoods, with citizens. And that brings more buy-in from the communities. It also gives them an opportunity to put forward ideas. They are the people who live in these urban centers. But it also, once they're deployed, show clear benefits to the communities. They see the advantages of having access to parks, not only to protect yourself against heat, but just for everyday enjoyment. They see the benefits of the blue infrastructures. So having the engagement with the communities, emphasizing that the solutions are bringing answers to the direct impacts of climate change, but provide all these additional benefits also, is one way to start engaging with the public and showing that these solutions can have multiple benefits.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Convener.
Thanks, Kevin. Sarah, I think you've got some questions now.
Thanks, Convener. I'd like to focus in on the projected impacts of climate change in Scotland over the next 10, 20, 50 years. How do we begin to plan for that? And which of the changes that you think are likely to be most significant? We've already talked about flooding, forest fires, heat waves, droughts. How do we actually plan for this in terms of how will different impacts be felt in different regions in Scotland? How do we prioritise this action in time and in area? Dr. Murtaugh, you're nodding your head very enthusiastically. Big mistake.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. And again, thank you for the indication of your commitment to adaptation and consideration alongside these carbon budgets, because I think it's imperative to understand that mitigation and adaptation are two sides of the same coin. You know, mitigation can help us avoid the unmanageable, but adaptation helps us manage the unavoidable, because a lot of these climate change impacts are locked in, at least for the next 30 years, because of the lifespan of greenhouse gases in our atmosphere. And as you say, this will have real-world consequences in Scotland. Again, an accessible resource that I'd like to highlight is the UK CP18 climate change projections have been summarised by Adaptation Scotland, really at the kind of Scottish level. It's full of accessible infographics. And they really make the case of how Scotland's climate has changed, but also how it's going to change in the future. And as we've already spoken about, this means average temperatures increasing in all seasons, you know, warmer, wetter winters, but also particularly this change in frequency and intensity of extreme weather events. And I think whilst it's well documented in terms of climate change projections, I think we've benefited from, again, in relation to your question, starting to look at what that means sectorally through the resources of OpenClim, which is a new climate science project that was developed as part of CCRA 3 and developed further as the forthcoming CCRA 4, which is really looking at how it could affect different sectors, particularly agriculture. So again, they've recently released a report looking at the opportunities for changing agriculture in Scotland and what that might mean, particularly for the Scottish borders, in terms of new crops such as chickpeas and soybeans by later in the century. So I think there's lots out there in terms of sectoral, but in terms of what we do to adapt regionally, which was the second part of your question, I think that's the commitment to place-based adaptation partnerships. Again, through Scottish Government's Adaptation Scotland programme delivered by Virture, has set up almost entirely across the country, from the likes of Climate Ready Clyde, the Tayside Partnership, South East Edinburgh, and I think these are fantastic resources to look at because they have been capturing local climate impacts through interactive maps, participatory exercises to collate that lived experience of climate change, and then working with scientists to bridge what does that mean for the future. And it's a really bottom-up and top-down approach, and I think there's a lot that we can learn from these processes and also to be sharing internationally as well.
Thanks. Any other of our witnesses like to comment on that issue? Yep.
Yeah, I think we know the big issues. You've already mentioned flooding and heat waves, and we've seen thousands of properties flooded and hundreds of excess deaths over the last few summers from those causes. I think what's germane to the discussion or the theme of this inquiry, and it is where we're opening a new area of vulnerability, is the electrification of our infrastructure. In where are we building these new assets? Are they being made resilient to the hazards that we know exist? And what are the implications for cascading risks? I think we've seen with some of the storms recently that if you, and even the events in the Iberian Peninsula about collapses of the grids there, that if we're not resilient in developing this new energy infrastructure, then we open ourselves up to new and potentially unexpected cascading risks from that.
So how do we plan ahead for that? Because we're building infrastructure now. It's going to be here 30, 50 years' time. And there was a flood project which actually failed to work because the flood was worse. So how do we make sure that people who are planning this infrastructure and building it are actually ready to do it? And the different levels of temperature, how do we build in those risks?
Well, I mean, I think we've covered this point a couple of times today, that the artificial siloing of mitigation and adaptation is a source of new vulnerability, in that if you rush ahead with one thing without bringing in the resilience part of the argument, then, you know, marry in haste, repent at leisure. We're seeing those sort of short-sighted, potentially short-sighted decisions being made regularly in our government. Maybe one example is the 1.5 million homes, where that is a very laudable aspiration, but if we don't build in the climate resilience into the planning regulations and how those homes are being built, then are they fit for the future? Short term, yeah, it looks great, and it would be something that I don't think many people would object to. But if they're not resilient to the hazards we see in the future, then that's a short-sighted response to the problem, and we open ourselves up to the same accusation with energy infrastructure if we haven't made that resilient to the threats that we know are going to be facing us in the next few decades.
Yep. Anyone else want to come in on that? Yep. Come in.
Yeah, those are great points. One point for our ecosystems, and for example, the seabirds or our unique Scottish wildlife would also be that they are stressed, for example, by marine heat waves, and we will see a lot more of those. But the systems are also stressed by other things, and the extent to which we can reduce other stressors, for example, overfishing and or pollution, we can give them a bit of space to adapt to the climate change that's evolving. So I think we shouldn't see climate change in isolation, but look, for example, at the nature crisis overall and try to address it in combination. But we will see a lot of, as we get move further along on this climate change path, we will see a lot of more unpredictability and really dry years like this one following very, very wet years, and that really stresses our ecosystems and our also our infrastructure in agriculture. So it's going to be difficult, and if we if in the case that we can't even predict how likely it is, if we change the ocean currents, then it could be all bets are off in a completely different direction. So it's quite tricky how to adapt well. But the more resilient we plan everything, the more we can cope with the unpredictable future that's coming.
Yeah, I think the risk of all this, we've been trying to build houses that are more energy efficient and warmer, and then suddenly we need to actually have air conditioning. So everything is shifting. It's how you plan for all of that and how we get that information out. Is there another? Oh, yep. Is Professor Renaud, do you want to come in as well?
Yes, so in terms of the infrastructure, I would assume, or the critical infrastructure at least, I would assume that there are design currently taking into account the future projections of climate change and their impacts. But this being said, when we build critical infrastructure, I think that one of the things that needs to be seriously considered is to avoid lock-in, meaning being dependent on specific infrastructure for everything. And this was mentioned before. You know, if you have a completely centralized grid system that collapses, this can have dire consequences. And here, you know, having more geographically spread energy infrastructure could be a solution. So this lock-in issue is quite critical, and it's also in the way we defend ourselves from coastal hazards, for example. You know, there are many countries around the world that have engineered their way out of sea level rise and storm surges, etc., with a lot of assets behind these, and when these and that triggers, you know, development behind these barriers because it's considered to be a safe space. But when they do have problems, then the consequences are extreme. So this is again a lock-in. You know, once you have all this infrastructure in one place, you can almost not pull out from it, and this is a situation that needs to be avoided at all costs. And you know, having multiple systems delivering critical services is essential.
Thanks very much. I think there's quite a lot of really good recommendations in those answers that we need to build into our recommendations. Back to you, Convener.
Thanks, Sarah. I think we're going to move to the Deputy Convener now, Michael.
Good morning. I want to stick with the theme of infrastructure and adaptation. And I think so far this morning it's very clear there is a need for infrastructure investment to meet what is the growing change that we are witnessing within our own climate, and also to mitigate against some of the risks which we face in the future. I'm interested though in, do you have a view on whether there should be a hierarchy of priority on what infrastructure we need to start to adapt now in order to meet the risks which we are facing? Can I come to you, Professor Ranald, given your expertise in climate resilience?
Yes, so I'll give it a try. To me, obvious one, because we all depend on it, obviously, it's water infrastructure. We need to ensure that all our water infrastructure are sheltered against the consequences of climate change, and that's dealing with too much water or dealing with not enough water. And this is dealing with these in urban areas, but also ensuring that rural areas are not left behind. So I think this is obviously a priority. And the other one, of course, the energy grid, as was mentioned before, is essential. So these are two that I think are critical in my mind. Not the only ones, but the ones I would prioritize.
Does anybody else have a view on what the hierarchy of priorities should be in the areas of infrastructure that need to be adapted? No? Okay.
Well, I'd like to interject and say the importance of domestic properties. Again, the point that was discussed previously about the importance of this. 80% of the homes that will exist in 2050 are already standing. So it's not just about building new infrastructure, it's about revisiting what we already have. And again, not just about low carbon retrofits, but making sure they're both climate resilient. And I think that's imperative because not only are 9% of residential properties in Scotland at risk of flooding, that costs about 324 million annually in damages, and that's set to increase substantially in the future. But also what I think is less acknowledged is that 9% of homes in Scotland suffer from damp and mould, and that has significant implications on health and well-being of those citizens, coupled with the fact that 35% of Scottish homes suffer from fuel poverty, one of the highest in Europe. So I think there's this need to look at these whole system solutions and think, how can we retrofit some of our existing homes and built environment infrastructure in a way that is just and has more positive of health outcomes. Because again, I think homes are both a major source of emissions and a frontline victim of climate change, and therefore by advancing both together, we can create that low carbon, resilient, affordable and fair world. And I think secondly, very quickly I'd like to interject here, is around the importance of transportation systems. Again, I think something that's often focused in terms of mitigation, but again, there's such an important aspect of resilience. So again, there's this complex two-way relationship. Again, we've spoken about the decarbonisation measures such as EV charging hubs, or electrifying railway networks must be climate-proof to withstand floods and storms. But there's also things about maladaptation. So, for example, new road buildings to bypass landslide-prone areas. So, for example, the Rest and Be Thankful, which unfortunately is, again, being affected, could lock in car dependency and undermine Scotland's target to reduce car kilometres. Similarly, active travel routes supported by green infrastructure reduces emissions while also managing floodwater and cooling urban heat. So I think from my perspective, it's really putting that person-centric element and making sure we're thinking about those who are most vulnerable. Because again, even when we're speaking about mitigating and adapting the transport systems, they can often fail to account for equity issues and have increased burden on low-income households. So we need to be thinking about how climate change itself will exacerbate inequalities, but also how some of our interventions could address those as well.
Okay. It feels to me as though there's quite a significant amount of capital investment needed in order to achieve these infrastructure changes, which will have to be spread over a number of years. But I'm also interested in your views on how do we ensure that we decarbonise the process of climate adaptation on infrastructure investment. So is there a risk that we undermine some of the progress we're seeking to make in investing in infrastructure in order to adapt to climate change and to meet some of the challenges which we're facing in our climate, that we actually end up increasing our output of carbon as a result? Do you have a view on what we need to do in order to not just adapt, but also make sure that that adaptation process is reducing its carbon output as well? Dr. Russell?
I mean, that sounds political to me in that we have a carbon budget and we need to decide where to spend it. And if adaptation is more important than other areas, then that's where we put the carbon in. And if that has to be removed from the system using other mechanisms later, then yeah, it's what's your appetite for risk and what do you want to get out of it? If you're saving lives and making properties and infrastructure resilient to flooding and extreme heat, and you'd rather do that than something else, then that's a political decision, I think.
Yes.
It's also, I agree completely. It's also a timeline decision, because we shouldn't look, I mean, I understand we're looking at the carbon budget for the next few years, but we should look at what we are committing ourselves to. So any adaptations that help now are good, and anything that reduces, for example, the car-driven or particularly petrol car-driven transport in the future, or the heating requirements, by adapting and by spending a little bit of carbon to insulate and to adapt is something that helps in the future. So I think while I understand we are looking at this limited carbon budget, we have to really look at the long-term picture and see what gets us on a sustainable path. And so I'm not so concerned about concrete spend on adaptation, for example, if it needs to. But nature-based solutions, I think, have been mentioned as extremely helpful, and those are win-win situations where you don't even have that problem.
Yeah, maybe I should. Maybe I've been clumsy in the way I've tried to phrase it, but I'm just trying to think about, well, if we have to decarbonise, if we have to build new energy infrastructure, particularly in the grid side of things, a significant amount, what is the actual carbon output of the process of seeking to electrify more of our society? And how do we reduce that carbon output from the electrification process? So in a rush to decarbonise our society, we end up producing more carbon as a result of that process in itself.
Can I come in quickly? So I think if you consider where carbon is stored, for example, if we protect peatlands from and keep and for example balance the need to for decarbonizing infrastructure with preserving peatlands and not putting it right on top, for example, and preserving forests, then that would go quite a bit of way. But I think it's quite tricky to balance the budget year to year, so you have to make investments.
Okay, and my final question then is how large a part do you think that nature-based solutions can play in our climate adaptation approach? Professor Ranald?
I would say quite a significant one. Peatlands have been mentioned, but it's not only peatlands, it's also the coastal ecosystems, for example, the blue carbon. There's a huge potential for carbon sequestration in all these systems. I think also what is important to note is, and I mentioned this before, it's all the additional benefits that you get when you deploy nature-based solutions. So they're not a panacea, they're not going to solve all the problems that we have. But when integrated into a mix of solutions, they can really contribute to a mitigation and adaptation. And in the peatland examples, there's a lot of research that shows you can control greenhouse gas emissions from them with the water tables. Also, you can contribute. There's contributions to reducing flood risks depending on different scenarios, and the amount of carbon they can store is quite significant and important for Scotland. This is just one example where really paying attention to these nature-based solutions can allow to achieve multiple objectives in Scotland.
I think that's a brilliant point, that the method by which we assess the benefit of interventions has skewed ourselves away from nature-based solutions. So if we think about flood risk management, if we slap a big concrete barrier somewhere there, we can easily calculate how many houses are going to be protected, put a value on those, done. Is it cost beneficial? Let's fund it. If we're then talking about beach recharge, restoring wetlands, leaky dams, upstream storage, it's very likely that it will have a very positive effect on flood risk management and other factors as well, carbon sequestration, public health, public well-being. but how do you put a value on those more intangible ends of the nature-based solutions? When we were putting the last climate change risk assessment together at the Committee on Climate Change, when I worked there, we had to make heroic assumptions about the value and the benefits of some of the more fuzzy interventions where hard engineering, you don't have those issues. So I think there needs to be more openness to qualitative benefits of interventions as opposed to, well, let's just add up all the beans and see which one gives you the best return.
Okay.
And I think one quick point to add there is I think if investing in nature-based solutions, there is important to think about the longevity of those interventions and how funding and finance is going to be allocated appropriately. Because again, often, at least within local authorities, investments in nature-based solutions potentially has the capital or upfront investment, but very limited allocations for maintenance. And unless some of those things are maintained and monitored, then some of that is cost wastage. And I think there needs to be that embedded long-term financial commitment for some of these nature-based solutions, particularly urban greening, to be effective.
Okay. Thanks.
Just before we leave this, I know Mark wants to come in with a supplementary, but I want to push a little bit on this, if I may. Is that we seem to be pushing quite hard to develop wind farms on the very peatlands that we're trying to protect, and shoving tons and tons of concrete into the peatlands, which destroys their attributes as sponges and creates faster runoff along the tracks and the channels that are created to those wind farms, which are then complemented or supplemented by steel pylon lines that go across the highlands, and indeed battery storage plants that are reliant on minerals being mined in fairly dubious areas of the world. So my question to you, Fabrice, is simple. When we're doing this, are we balancing up the benefits with the costs to the environment? Because it seems to many people that we're not.
So, yeah, tough question. I think that you have to really, as you said, actually balance the benefits and disadvantages that all this brings in, and it's very difficult to do because you have different stakeholder groups, that are going to be engaging in these discussions, and it's a non-answer. But I think you really have to engage with all these stakeholders to try to see what is the optimal solution, what is the optimal, numbers of wind farms that you want to put in place versus the damage it creates or potential damage it creates to fragile ecosystems. And you have to balance these decisions. It's as vague as I can be, I'm afraid, but
my problem is
it's quite difficult to answer.
My problem is I don't see the budgets being done and the facts and figures being laid out. We have no centralised energy plan across Scotland. There's no strength and weaknesses and opportunities, threats analysis carried out of each and every wind farm. They just appear to go up with no budget. If that's a nod, I'll take it as a nod and I'll move on to Mark. But I'm very happy if you want to come back to me. Okay, Mark, over to you.
I'd like to ask you whether the kind of level of adaptation and investment would differ substantially between a world at 2 degrees of global warming and a world at 3 degrees global warming. Is there a point where actually the level of adaptation, investment in infrastructure, it becomes markedly different in that scenario, or are we just talking about, deeper solutions, continuing with the kind of plans already in place, but going further? And I'm mindful of the situation where, we've had flood management schemes that have been invested in Scotland that have been perhaps based on 1 in 200-year events and are now being downgraded to effectively being 1 in 50-year events. So where should we as kind of public policy be pitching adaptation? Is it that 3 degrees world? Is it 2 degrees world? You said earlier 1.5 is gone now. So where is the kind of best estimate of where we're going to land? Start.
I mean, Gabby's got her hand up.
Gabby's got a hand up. Gabby, do you want to come in first?
It's quite difficult to predict where we are going to land. I think between 2 and 3 degrees with the present commitments, but the adaptation needs then would be very, very different, also dependent on some things that are very difficult to predict, such as what are the currents in the ocean going to do, how fast are some of the ice sheets going. At 3 degrees, you're at a very uncomfortable place with respect to the West Antarctic ice sheet, and also Greenland. For us, the West Antarctic is actually more important, as it would, as the gravitational pull of it means that its sea level rise manifests more in the northern hemisphere. So we are reaching then a point where it is quite difficult to predict what to adapt to. Maybe the only upside of sea level rise and ocean currents is that they don't move very quickly, so we can monitor as we go along. But it is quite difficult to see where we are going to wind up when the further out we go. So I'm hoping that we are staying well below 3 and closer to 2. And 2 is still achievable, but would need quite a bit of political will at this point, globally.
Yes, sorry, I was just trying to work out if an analogy was going to work. And so I was thinking about treating a patient with a chronic health condition like climate change is for our Earth system. And at the moment, we still have time to invest in managing the chronic condition, in not getting to the point where we're just recovering from a series of acute symptoms of the chronic condition. So that would be the equivalent of a 3-degree world, in that we haven't managed the underlying issue very well, and then we stumble from catastrophe to catastrophe, tidying up afterwards and muddling on as best we can, rather than investing early and managing the problem. So that's a mitigation and an adaptation issue of, as you said earlier, of managing the extent of the hazards by mitigating, and then building resilience to the outcomes of that problem through adaptation.
Ellie? Brief point.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the adaptation finance gap is something that's incredibly important and incredibly vast. For example, globally, the UN Adaptation Gap Report shows that by 2030, we need to be spending about $359 billion annually. Currently, it's only about 28 billion. So that's a small fraction of public finance internationally. It's a similar picture here in the UK. In Scotland, the National Adaptation Plan has done early estimates showing that we'll need to spend about 1.8 billion per year by 2030 just to prepare properly. And again, going to your point about what does that mean over future warmings scenarios, the Office of Budget Responsibility and the Bank of England has provided estimates of how that could affect our GDP over different warming thresholds. So, for example, a warming level of 3 degrees could reduce UK's GDP by 8% by 2050. And that's not that long away. So it's imperative that we start investing. And again, it's not just a nice to do, it's an economic benefit as well. For example, every £1 spent in flood defence and adaptation brings back 9% in avoided damages and cost savings. So there are evidence that the financial benefits of adaptation, as well as the non-monetary benefits we've spoken about. So I think my recommendation here is agreeing with Climate Exchange that Scotland needs a dedicated adaptation finance task force to build an investment plan and a long-term pipeline, again, thinking about some of those timelines and global warming thresholds, to really mobilise partnerships with both banks, insurers, really bringing in the private sector and aligning funding streams across both mitigation and adaptation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. The next questions come from Douglas.
Thank you, Convener. When it comes to climate change, it's obviously a global issue and needs a global response. So, beyond Scotland, how might the impacts of climate change globally affect life in Scotland? Are we still going to get our tea from India or oranges from Spain? How's it going to affect everyday Scots? Andrew, do you want to come in first? We're just trying to understand what it might mean in the future for people here.
Well, I mean, this is an incredibly important area. Having worked on the progress reports to Parliament in the Committee on Climate Change, the second climate change risk assessment picked out international systemic risks as one of the things that needed dealing with, and the second NAP in England completely ignored that risk. That's been addressed partially in the third National Adaptation Plan, but it's definitely one of our biggest blind spots in what overseas is going to migrate to the UK as an issue. I mean, one of the examples we used to use quite a lot was semiconductor and chip manufacture in the Far East, that if you have a storm there that can wipe out a significant percentage of the global production of those chips. And that happened a number of years ago. I can't remember the specific case. I can send the details on afterwards in writing if you're interested in that case study. Yeah, anywhere where there's a global supply chain of goods and products coming to the UK and Scotland, then we're vulnerable to that.
And as part of that adaptation, as you mentioned, so should we be looking to try and do more in this country, whether that's food security, whether that's, as you say, chips or anything else, not the food chips, but the electronic chips. Should we be trying to do much more in this country so we depend much less on others?
Well, if those processes are resilient locally, then that makes a lot of sense, depending on the relative costs to procuring those goods from elsewhere. I mean, there's a reason why we have global supply chains, but are those resilient is a separate question.
Mm-hmm. Gabby, can I go to you? I noticed your hand was up.
Yeah, I think we also need to consider that we are going to see an increased risk of drought in many developing countries in the global south, and so there will be a lot of livelihoods under threat, and so this will the word migration has been mentioned in another context. That there's of course also a risk that people are on the move as their own livelihoods don't work anymore. So I think this is something that could really destabilize, and is another reason we should really look at mitigating very seriously, because it would be quite difficult if you cannot, if you have trouble with agriculture in large parts of the global south, or in Southeast Asia have lethal heat waves outside, where people can't go outside and have trouble harvesting, for example. So we could have links between heat events in different grain-producing regions, which would affect possibly our global grain supply. But the global nature of our food system helps here a little bit to buffer off. There are some nice studies also done in Edinburgh on this topic. So it's I think we should really think very carefully about how climate change that affects others, particularly in the global south, where it is so much more visible. We know that it warms very strongly in the north, because in the Arctic, because we have the strongest trends there, but the tropics are the regions where you feel it first, because it normally doesn't vary so much. And so every degree of warming is stronger over land and evaporates more water out of the land and makes any droughts worse. And so it will have a huge impact, particularly in the tropics, and that will be felt worldwide as through the effects on that population, I think. And we have to really think about what this means for security and other things.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else want to come in? Ellie?
Can I just raise the importance of health here? Because again, diseases don't respect borders, as we've experienced in recent history. So one example here is a recent study indicates that dengue fever, a disease most known in the tropics, will be endemic in Birmingham by 2040. So some of these international are more seen as exotic illnesses and diseases will be coming to the UK. And as our temperature warms, vector-borne illnesses transmitted potentially by mosquitoes will be viable further north. So I think it's incredibly important that we learn from and implement changes in practice that we've learned from the COVID-19 experience. And I think we need to be preparing and being realistic about what some of the health risks and consequences globally and what that means here in Scotland.
And I guess, diseases don't respect borders, but neither do emissions. So, in terms of UK, I think we're responsible for 0.0 or 0.8% of global emissions. Probably Scotland's probably maybe a 20th of that. So I guess, regardless of what we do in terms of carbon budgets, reaching net zero, if the rest of the globe aren't doing their bit, then it's not really going to achieve anything, is it?
other than developing soft power to influence the rest of the world to move, if a country can show that there are benefits in making that transition rather than sticking with, you know, literally prehistoric technology of burning fossil fuel, then others will follow. So, yeah, I think you could make the case that sticking your head in the sand and carrying on as you are is fine if no one else moves, but yeah, there need to be positive examples for others to follow.
Yeah, I don't know, did Fabrice want to come in there? Or, I'm just trying to think, all the mitigation that we're looking at and the cost of that will have to probably be done anyway, regardless of where we are. Fabrice?
Yeah, several points actually on the global supply chains. I think this is important, and I guess we can also learn from the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, as to what happened with specific products, you know, that particularly on the medical side of things, that suddenly became unavoidable, and countries being put in dire situations with that. And then the idea to repatriate in Europe, in the UK, some of these products that weren't being manufactured there. So that's kind of, you know, going in the direction as to what you were saying, you know, should we do more in Scotland of the essential products that we need? You know, yes and no, because we will always be in a globalized world, relying on partners around the world. But it's basically consolidating the supply chains to Scotland and size opportunities of developing new or repatriating new types of business in the country, I think. So it's a lot of countries are going to be affected. It's going to affect staple food that Scotland might be importing, or other products, and basically you need to ensure that there are good supply chains that are reliable, that you can rely on. And the example that was referred to before was massive floods in Thailand that actually took out the chips, electronic chips in the industry, and had dire consequences. So that's, you know, somebody was talking about cascading consequences before. That's a real good example of it.
When it comes to carbon budgets, is there a danger that we start basically offshoring more of our emissions instead? You know, I think of the example for, you know, we seem to have a lot more electric buses in this country now. Most of them are coming from China, where we don't really know how they're produced or what the cost to the environment is from those buses. So is there a danger that when we have these carbon budgets, we're trying to reduce our own internal emissions as much as possible, that we actually make things worse? Or is that an unfair sort of danger, if you may say? Anybody want to come in there?
Hand half up, so
okay.
I'm afraid that,
yes,
that gets you qualification.
Gets me on the hook. So I think the most important emissions from an electric versus a diesel bus is over its lifetime where it drives. So it is, I think you still save emissions. It is important to think about offshoring carbon emissions. I agree. When we talk about to what extent our emissions are small compared to those of other countries, and they are, we have to think about what causes the present warming, and that is how much we have emitted since industrialization, and there we have quite a significant contribution. So if people start calculating, for example, climate change damages, then we would be, I think, on the hook for more than we would be if you just look at our emissions in the moment. So I think we have both a bit of an ethical responsibility, but also a practical benefit from going quickly off use of being so fossil fuel dependent. Does that make sense?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm also going to go back to the point that Kevin Stewart made earlier about trust. You know, the trust that people have in this whole sort of process. You know, we spoke about, you know, the potential benefits of moving to net zero, but do you think people understand the potential costs, you know, when it comes to changing the insulation in your home, changing the heat, changing your vehicle? Do you think people are aware and accept that this will have to come at a cost? And do you think that from the carbon budgets that we have enough detail on those costs going forward?
Who would be able to answer that one? I mean, I was thinking before on the case study of the Berwick Bank's decision, for example, that it would be really nice if people had more information. I think that was an example where, as a interested citizen on the one hand and somebody very keen on decarbonizing from my own science research area, I found it very difficult to find out what the scientific evidence, for example, was that the situation was okay and defensible against the bird population. So it was very difficult to find that evidence. And I think making evidence clear to the population, making clear what has been done to evaluate the impacts and how this is decided, I think would really be helpful. I found it very difficult in that case to understand, but that was a difficult case to decide, and where I feel as a climate scientist very happy, because it's a huge wind energy investment, and as somebody living on the coast, I'm concerned to what extent we have really looked carefully where these birds migrate, and to what extent they fly over it, and to what extent mitigating measures have been considered, such as some proposed in journals recently. So I think informing the population might be doing a lot of good here and being more clear on what has been done.
Okay.
Well, I mean, most people have bought a car before. If you're unfortunate enough, you've bought a new boiler and whatnot, then there aren't any proposals to ban petrol cars tomorrow. So the transition would happen as it needs to. There is no benefit in scrapping all the existing infrastructure that works, gas boilers and cars, and you replace them as and when they've become too inefficient. So I think people would understand that element of the cost, and that there would be an efficient and logical way to do it. I suspect what might be more concerning to individuals is rationing flights or massively increasing the price of carbon-intensive foods. That's something that hasn't happened in the past, and would be sensible if your only goal was reducing carbon emissions.
So do you think we'll have to look at some of those things when we're actually, we don't have a plan yet, climate change plan? We only have the budget, but we have no real idea how we're going to get there. And do you think the government will have to look at some of those things to actually reach those budgets?
I mean, those would be sensible areas to reduce carbon emissions. How you do that is way beyond my pay grade, but yeah, those are significant elements of the global carbon budget, and they will be very, very difficult to shift, particularly diet, I think.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Camilla.
Just before we leave this, I've sort of listened this morning just on the costings of it, and I think, Ellie, you were suggesting faster action in domestic consumption and houses and travel. Gabby, you were saying faster and quicker to stay below 2.0. And Andrew, you'd said that we need to go now to prevent chronic conditions developing later. And Fabrice, you were suggesting making everything more self-sufficient. So lots of suggestions, lots of ideas. Kevin Stewart suggested that we've got to make it more appealing to individuals, which I totally agree with, and they've got to be able to understand it. But I think to make them understand it, they've got to understand what it's going to cost them to do that, because boilers you don't plan for a boiler repair or a boiler replacement. It happens, and you have to do it probably pretty quickly because you need some hot water. So my question to you is, coming up with all these plans as scientists and experts, you must have worked out what it's going to cost per household to deliver what you want to deliver. If not, or you have a good idea what it's going to cost people, you're not going to enthuse them. Or have I got that totally wrong? Have you got an idea of what it's going to cost people in Scotland to get to net zero by 2045? The government's got an idea, but what's it actually going to cost people? Andrew, you didn't look away quick enough.
I mean, I don't know. That's not my area of expertise. So
I understand the difficulty, but if you're coming to us with suggestions, you cannot come to somebody with suggestions without an idea of what the actual cost is. You can't say the cost for not doing it is this, but the cost for doing it is that. Ellie, do you have an idea on what it's going to cost?
I don't have costs at the household level, but I think I indicated earlier some of those costs at the national level. And again, there's a recent report by the Fiscal Commission in Scotland last year that provided some estimates on Scotland's finances. Again, I think we can look at recent data, for example, the Bellwyn scheme, which compensates councils for severe weather damage. 2023-2024, it spent £19.6 million in damages from extreme weather. That's more than double the total spent since 2007. So it's already costing the public purse, and I think your question there is putting more of the onus on the public household. And I, from a personal perspective, would push back on that, because I think a lot of these things are systems level that are needed by government intervention. And I think it's, again, going back to that kind of justice element about those people who are already more vulnerable are going to be affected the worst because, as we know, climate change is a stress multiplier. And how can we possibly expect them to foot the bill even more when they're already struggling to pay for their energy bills or their food costs? I think there is a need for a just transition and a resilient just transition to bring people together. And I think it's... As you've alluded to, it's not just about reducing those damages, but the economic benefits of adapting and low-carbon jobs through the just transition. And I think the challenges to adaptation finance is that there is high societal benefits. You know, we've just spoken about all of these things, from improved health and well-being, accessible transport, better homes, the communities, etc. The problem is that there's low private returns, and we need to fix that. Because, again, what the state could be doing is by de-risking the market to incentivise some of those private sector actors. We need to be looking at more public-private blended finance. We need to be thinking about innovative finance instruments. Many other countries have been doing this, such as climate bonds and resilience bonds. Yes, I'll
No, I'm just trying to because I'm looking to Gabby and Fabrice in case they want to come in. So, I mean, I'm still not hearing, I'm hearing the benefits, which I probably agree with, but I'm not hearing the costs, which is what we've got to get people to sign up to doing. So, Fabrice or Gabby, do you want to come in? Or if not, Sarah, I think you had a follow-up question on that.
I can very quickly, just all I know is the GDP estimate that it will influence, it will cost as percent GDP. I haven't seen a calculation of how much it costs the households, but it would be really good. I really very much support the previous speaker on setting that in the context of the costs of not doing it by, for example, by having to pay for increasingly for weather disasters. Yeah. So I know it's a hard case to make, but.
And Gabby, I'm struggling to understand, to get people to sign up. You can't just say for not doing it, it's going to cost you X, but for doing it, we have no idea. Andrew, do you want to come in?
I think what worries me more than coming up with these cost estimates is the progressiveness of the policies, in that if you have capacity and opportunity, then it is very efficient. You know, if you have a house with a drive where you can plug in an EV that has a nice big battery, where you can store the excess electricity from your solar panels and keep your heat pump working, which has very low running costs, then you know you're going to make back your investment eventually. It's going to add value to your property. You can have your property well insulated to get the grant for the heat pump. That situation is not universal, and that's, I think, where the problem lies.
And I'm going to move, Ellie, on to Sarah, and I think we had that argument last week that a lot of people will be long gone, including me, by the time we've got rid of our investment. So I am investing for the future, which I'm not going to be here to see, but there's nothing wrong with that. Sarah?
Yeah, I'm thinking that the houses will be here for the future, though. So
well,
there is
possibly
something...
not if they don't reach EPC. But Sarah, on you go. Sorry.
Well, the other reason they might not be here is because of flooding. And I think one of you said that there's currently 280,000 homes at risk of flooding in Scotland, and that increases every decade. So in terms of the communications, it's a mix, isn't it, of investment that will benefit you and your property, but also the costs of not investing. And it's trying to make sure that these are centre stage, because if you're on one of those 280,000 homes, your insurance bills could go up. Or actually, you might not get insurance. I remember there's a place down in Wales where people just had to leave because the place was no longer safe. So it's trying to get that balance there and how we communicate that to people. Is there more we could do on that?
I noticed nods in agreement. Does anyone want to contribute to that before I come to Bob with the next lot of questions?
Yeah, I could very quickly say that I think the works of the Scottish Flood Forum and their Property Flood Resilience Bus, which is going into communities and showing some of the actual things you can do for property level flood resilience, is really inspiring. But what we need to do is make sure that some of those assets are accessible to those financially, but also for those who are maybe renters or tenants. And then just building on your point and the previous question around that kind of public perception, I alluded to some of the findings from the Britain Talks Climate Survey earlier, and I just want to reiterate that there will be a Scottish-specific event at Scottish Parliament, and all MSPs have been invited. So if you would like to find out more about public perception in Scotland, please do come along to that event.
It's like an advertisement, and on that note, I'm going to move on to Bob for his questions.
Thank you, Convener. We know that one key plank of the Scottish Government's plans in relation to net zero is going to be carbon sequestration. Now, that in itself may be at risk from climate change and the impacts of it, and I'm thinking about tree planting, forestry and restoration of peatlands already been impacted by climate change, and I understand. I wonder if any of the witnesses could say a little bit about what the risks are in relation to losing that good work in sequestration and abatement because of the climate challenges, and whether there's anything we can do to mitigate the risks of that in itself. Anyone to help the cudgels of that particular question? I apologise, Gabby, but you've got this terrible habit of half raising your hand. I'm not sure if you want to speak or not, but
I know
can I come to yourself?
It's not fully on my expertise, but I think particularly carbon sequestration, considering the biosphere and the ecosystems, is something that is could be a win-win situation if we do if we look at the forests also as biodiverse forests and not just conifers. Then this could be a multiple benefit, and to wipe it out, you would need very widespread, very severe windstorms or horrible fires. I mean, the higher we up going with global warming, there is a risk of increased fire with heat waves and things like this. But I think I would consider that would expect that at higher levels of global warming. So I think it would be a good investment in the moment. So and it could really benefit also the biodiversity crisis by doing this right. And peatland is also is very important for carbon sequestration, and also for the Scottish nature-based solutions and Scottish nature. So I think it is a good investment.
Okay, can I maybe ask so Andrew, did you want to come before I followed up on that?
I was on the edge of a conversation around a Select Committee hearing in Westminster recently about the survival rates of new saplings, and I can't remember the details, but I can send that on afterwards if that's of interest.
I think that would be helpful, because my next question was going to be I'll keep my powder dry. Fabrice, do you want to come in?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that, you know, as for human and societies, you know, the ecosystems are also affected by the consequences of climate change, and it becomes then a matter of adapting also what we want to put in the system. So to look at species that will be resilient to the consequences of future climate change, if we start now, obviously. And what Gabby was mentioning before, move away from single species plantations and have more biodiverse plantations that come in place, because that makes the plantations more resilient. And if you think about also in terms of mitigating floods and things like that, these kind of more complex systems are much more efficient at doing this than single species plantations.
Okay, that's helpful. Andrew, your comment was quite helpful, because my next question was going to be around that. When you're talking about survival rates of new saplings, when the Scottish Government or any government looks at these abatement measures or sequestration measures, should there be modelling work to say for every 100 saplings that are planted, there's an attrition rate of 5%? So when we do our modelling work on what abatement or sequestration we capture, there's going to be slippage on that in itself because of the climate challenges that we face.
Yeah, I think Ellie raised this in a different context, that there's a systemic issue of adoption, you know, taking an initial action is relatively easy, but then making sure that you get the longer term benefits over that, whether that's tree planting or sustainable own drainage systems or whatever the context was before, I can't remember now. But yeah, there's the starting, which is relatively easy, to the boring then maintaining bit, and that budget doesn't seem to be there.
Okay, that's Ellie. Do you want to add to that? Thank you.
No, I just think there's relevance here to the discussion on deer management, because obviously that's quite central to our ability to afforest successfully in Scotland. And I think there is opportunities to do this well in terms of nature restoration and economic opportunity, particularly around agroforestry, where you have strips of trees and there's livestock grazing in between. However, oftentimes some of the cost of that deer fencing can be prohibitive. So again, I think there needs to be long-term funding ring-fenced for some of these interventions going forward.
That's very. Whenever I hear the word deer, I look at the convener to see if he's been triggered in any way. But I see that hasn't.
Sorry.
No, I'm not going to blame deer again for everything.
To see that hasn't happened. That's very helpful. I'm wondering. I've mentioned peatland and I've mentioned forestry. Are there any other carbon abatement measures that could be impacted themselves by climate change that we should be aware of? Thanks, Fabrice.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned before, the coastal ecosystems, so all the ecosystems that are linked to blue carbon are also extremely sensitive to the consequences of climate change from the sea mainly. So increase in temperature of the oceans and acidification and all these kind of things.
Okay, thank you. And my final question, I think, given Gabby's initial answer, Gabby might be best placed to answer this one, and it's whether there's a balance between some of these measures and maintaining biodiversity. Because Gabby, I think in your initial answer you were talking about just reforesting, and it doesn't have to mean it's all conifers. There can be that mix and multi-use of that space. But has there been concerns? My note says there's maybe been concerns in relation to whether there's a trade-off between biodiversity and some of the opportunities for carbon abatement. I'm just wondering whether or not you've got any comments on that, Gabby.
So what I've read indicates that if there's more a benefit and a mutual influence on it rather than a tension. So as I think as has been said by maybe Fabrice, that it is they are also more climate resilient if the forests, if they are more diverse and more and less uniform. So I think at the rate where we are sitting right now, it is doing something that is good for biodiversity and for carbon storage is better than going only guided by carbon storage. But would be good to have more voices on this.
Okay. I suppose finally, if anyone wants to come in, Convener, I would just ask more generally in relation to our ambitions in biodiversity. Are there any risks to that from our pursuit of meeting our carbon budgets that you would like to put on the record for us to be clear and conscious about? Because we'll be asked about biodiversity on this committee also. I don't see anyone wanting to answer that, but it was suggested that that is something we want to ask just to clarify. But if that's not the case, that's good.
Yeah, it's not really my area, but if we're watering down biodiversity net gain rules to just make stuff happen, building things, then that seems pretty myopic.
Okay. Thank you. And I see nodding heads in relation to that. Thank you.
Okay. Mark, I think you get the final question.
Yeah, just briefly, Convener. I'm aware that there's quite a lot of uncertainty around peatlands and around, I guess the kind of peatlands sort of impact on climate. Is it storing carbon? Is it releasing carbon? But there's potentially a bigger issue in terms of blue carbon in the seas and wetlands. What's the state of the climate science when it comes to blue carbon at the moment? Are we actually turning a blind eye to actually a far greater source of carbon where governments could and perhaps should be intervening? Who would like to offer a last comment on that? Because as I understand it, blue carbon is not part of the greenhouse gas inventory. So, Gabby?
This is a bit outside my expertise. I think I don't know exactly where we are on blue carbon, but it's definitely useful to keep an eye not just on the usual mitigation measures through peatlands and afforestation, but also on other carbon storages and how climate change affects carbon stored elsewhere. So I would have to look that one up.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, isn't that a danger, though, if nobody's looking at it or it's not being adequately considered, because it could just throw out our estimates of what's needed or potentially help us if we only understood it more. I don't know if, Fabrice, you did mention blue carbon, I think very briefly in an answer you gave earlier. I'll give you the final word.
I'm not sure if it's not considered. I cannot answer in the context of carbon sequestration for Scotland. For carbon sequestration globally, blue carbon is actually considered, and is something that a lot of countries are working on. If you go in tropical areas, the restoration and conservation of mangrove systems, for example, is gaining a lot of traction because of the recognition that these systems can protect you against coastal hazards and are the best trees to sequester carbon, actually. So globally there is, I can't comment on Scotland just because I don't know, but I know that coastal nature-based solutions are already proven to protect a lot of assets. The Dynamic Coast project has proven that, so from that perspective, paying attention to coastal nature-based solution has a lot of merit. And if you can then add the elements of carbon sequestration, they can, again, we go back into the kind of win-win situation where we address both mitigation and adaptation at the same time.
Okay, so should we be measuring, for example, the carbon impacts of dredging and trawling on the inshore? Is that the kind of Scottish approach that would look? We don't have mangrove forests, but we do have seabed. Okay.
I should
Sorry,
have said...
I saw Gabby's hand. That's why
I think that re-emphasizes the point again that it is really important to look at both biodiversity and carbon. I think it has a negative carbon contribution. I would be surprised if it was an enormous one, but it is also terrible for biodiversity. So I think keeping those two topics close together is really, really useful, and also avoids that you lose your assets for carbon sequestration to climate change and to disasters.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I should, I suppose, have said the final question when Mark got to the end of his questions. But thank you for that. And thank you for contributing this morning succinctly and to the point on all the questions that are raised. It is a complex and difficult subject, and we're very grateful for the time that you gave up to attend this morning. So I'm now going to suspend the meeting till 10:20 for the Cabinet Secretary to arrive. Thank you very much, everyone. Welcome back. Now we turn to our third and final evidence session on the Scottish Common Budget Regulations. I'd like to welcome to the meeting Gillian Martin, the Cabinet Secretary for Climate Action and Energy, and her officials, Philip Rains, the Deputy Director of Domestic Climate Change, and Julia Bergam Pearson, a lawyer, both from the Scottish Government. This instrument is laid under the affirmative procedure, which means it cannot come into force unless the Parliament approves it. Following this evidence session, the committee will be invited to consider a motion to recommend that the instrument be approved. I remind everyone that Scottish Government officials can speak under this item, but not under the debate that follows. And before I invite the Cabinet Secretary to make a short opening statement, which I'm going to do, I'd just like to remind people, as I did at the start of the last questions, in case anything comes up in relation to agriculture, that in my register of interest I've declared that I'm a member of a family farming partnership in Murray, where we grow beef cattle for the production of beef, which is sold around the world, I believe. Cabinet Secretary, a short opening statement from you, please.
Thank you, Convener, and thanks for the opportunity to present the Climate Change Scotland Act 2009 Scottish Carbon Budgets Amendment Regulations 2025 to the committee. If you don't mind, I won't use the full title from now on in the interest of time. As you all know, on the 21st of May, the Climate Change Committee published advice on carbon budgets for Scotland. The Scottish Government considered this advice and then laid the regulations in draft on the 19th of June to set the carbon budgets in legislation to provide new emissions reduction targets. These 5-year carbon budgets limit the amount of greenhouse gases that Scotland will emit over the coming decades and up to 2045. The carbon budget levels in the draft regulations have been set at the levels advised by our independent statutory advisors, the Climate Change Committee. While still pending parliamentary approval, the levels of the proposed 5-year carbon budgets demonstrate the Scottish Government is committed to ambitious but deliverable climate action. In parallel with laying the regulations in Parliament, the Scottish Government published a statement in accordance with the 2009 Act, which included information on the types of policies under consideration for inclusion in the next climate change plan. The committee will of course be aware that this statement also outlined that we envisage the delivery of the carbon budgets will involve some variation in action and policies than those put forward by the CCC. That is, however, an issue on how to implement the carbon budgets through the climate change plan, and I want to stress that we are in agreement with the CCC on the levels at which to set carbon budgets up to 2045 to deliver net zero. Indeed, the CCC itself made clear its role as an advisory body rather than policy maker. The CCC's balanced pathway is based on a modelled emissions reduction pathway which they describe as non-prescriptive, but in their opinion is a feasible and cost-effective route to net zero. It's entirely within the gift of any government they advise to put forward a different path. That said, we're in broad agreement with all of their priority recommendations for action, but we do need to take a different approach on 2 of the proposals put forward, and these relate to agriculture and peatland. The new draft climate change plan will set out the policies and proposals to reduce our emissions in keeping with the carbon budgets approved by Parliament, and within this plan we will also set out the costs and benefits of the policies with our core principle of a just transition incorporated throughout. Discussion on the detail of the draft plan will of course occur in due course, and the timescale for laying the draft version of the next climate change plan is dependent on Parliament's approval of the carbon budgets, and I'm grateful to the committee for being able to consider the regulations so speedily. I also understand that following the decision of the committee, Parliament is aiming to complete the consideration of the instrument in advance of the October recess. So under this scenario, it would be my aim to lay the draft version of the climate change plan in Parliament around the end of October or beginning of November. This would be in advance of the statutory timescale for publishing the next draft climate change plan. And this timescale would also ensure that Parliament has the amount of time required by statute to consider the draft CCP in advance of it being finalised by ministers. So in parallel with Parliament's consideration of the draft climate change plan, we will invite wider views through a public consultation, given the need to bring people with us on the journey to net zero, and we will also seek the views of the Climate Change Committee. Ministers will then consider the Parliament's views and other responses received with the aim of finalising the CCP in this Parliament. It's my firm hope that in doing so, we can send a strong signal that Scotland and this Parliament is united on the need for climate action and delivery. And I hope that we would all agree that the climate crisis is the defining challenge of our generation. And rarely in our lives do we encounter a choice where the options posed will have such a lasting effect on generations to come. And that's why I aim to publish the draft version of the next climate change plan as soon as possible after Parliament has approved the carbon budgets regulations. And I'm content to take questions, Convener.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Now, you and I have discussed this before, and I want to actually get this on the official record. Now I've got this hopefully in my brain, is the Climate Change Committee in March 2024 said that they felt the targets that had been set were unachievable, which resulted in a certain amount of change of legislation last year, and the Climate Change Committee laying their advice to you on the 21st of May, which resulted on, as you said, on the 19th of June, to laying your carbon budgets in front of the committee. My concern stems from now on till the end of the Parliament, is that if you lay your climate change plan at the beginning of November, I believe there has to be 120 days of consultation. Now, my maths tells me that once that's completed, there's going to be at least another 30 days probably to summarise all the responses, unless your civil servants are working all through the night, every night and every weekend. It's probably going to take a fair bit of time, which means that we as a Parliament won't get to discuss the climate change plan in any detail, having considered the public responses to it, till March, just as we are going into recess for the election, which is exactly where we were 5 years ago, where the targets were set, which were unachievable. Are you that confident that nothing will step in your way to get the climate change plan produced and agreed by this Parliament by the end of this session?
Yes, as was set out, the timeline is within statute, and we are obviously, when we received the advice, we had up to 3 months in which to lay the regulations. We took a month because, you know, the carbon budgets suggested are challenging. We had to make sure that sectors and indeed other portfolios that have climate action at their heart as well, we were able to discuss them and how we were actually going to be able to achieve them and accept the advice. The last Parliament, of course, we had a situation where the climate change plan was laid and finalised. Whether or not, I mean, I was at that point sat where you are, Convener. I certainly felt that we had enough time then to consider that. I disagreed with Parliament's decision, to be honest, because I thought that the 70% target was far too challenging. I thought it would be at the real extreme of, but Parliament's view was that we had to aim high. To be quite honest, maybe that's a good thing. You aim high and you have you accelerate the action to get there. But in terms of the timing of laying, hopefully in my opening statement, I've laid out how I believe that this can be delivered in time for the parliamentary recess. Obviously, it's up to the committee to decide how they scrutinise and the amount of time they spend scrutinising the amount of sessions that they have. But certainly within government, I'm confident that we have got the resources and the team. We have, over the summer, my team has been working at pace on the draft climate change plan, which is why we're confident should the instrument today pass, that we can get going and have it in front of you, hopefully by the end of October, start of November.
My concern, Cabinet Secretary, is I'm a great believer in scrutiny by committees in the Parliament, and it would be odd if a convener didn't say that, and giving us time to do that. Now, the problem is that with 120 days of consultation from the public, and it is up to this Parliament to listen to what the public says and respond to it, it gives us little time once those responses are collated and brought forward in a document for the committee to fully consider all those responses prior to it going in front of the Parliament. But what I'm really trying to get you to say, and I'm very happy if you want to just say, don't worry, Edward, it's all going to plan, it's all going to work, and there's going to be no unseemly rush by the end of this session and before with the Parliament breaks up to go into recess. So I would love it if you were able to say that to me. It would give me some confidence, which I don't have at the moment.
There's two components to this. Is what the government are going to do, and I pledge to get it to you in the time that I've outlined, and I am confident we've got the capacity within government to do that. And of course, there's what the committee decides to do by the way of scrutiny. You've outlined that we are required by statute to bring forward a draft climate change plan within 2 months of the carbon budget's been agreed by Parliament. Period of parliamentary scrutiny of 120 days. And then after that period, we've got a maximum of 3 months to publish a finalised climate change plan. We have worked out our timings, and obviously the committee know our timings now and are able to do their programme, your programme of scrutiny.
And I think the committee has shown a willingness to bring forward as you describe it, at pace to consider this and to try and get this done as quickly as possible so that there's no delay in the climate change plan. I just wonder that what concerns me, I reiterate, is the public consultation. The public may have very strong views on this, and I hope they do, and I hope they respond in numbers to show that they're buying into what's being suggested, may require some adaptation before it comes before the Parliament. And I have grave concerns. I think I put it on the record, and I'm happy to move on to the next question, which is Mark, do you want to come in on that?
Yes, please. I mean, Cabinet Secretary, you mentioned your role in the last session. You know, we served together on the previous Environment Committee, and you'll be aware of how that panned out really at the end of the last session. So that committee and a range of committees in the Scottish Parliament came to a view on the climate change plan. I think there was over 80 recommendations that were made by Parliament back to the government. Some of those were reflected on, and a decision from the government at the time was made about whether to carry those forward or not. But a vast number of those were left to the new government to make a decision on. Do you see this panning out in the same way with this climate change plan, that effectively this committee, other committees will make recommendations? As a government, you'll be able to reflect on some of those ahead of the election, but actually you'll be passing a lot of this to the next government, whoever that might be, to make a decision on a final plan and the content of that.
But all I can say at this point in time is that we have worked out a timeline within government to be able to produce a final climate change plan. One of the things I reflect on with the last climate change plan is that once there was a new government in place and a new parliament in place, that even the smallest action proposed met with a lot of the people who were fully behind the climate change plan and indeed the 75% reduction by 2030. Many parliamentarians would not even vote to support the most modest of proposals. And I think there's a big lesson in that for us. Parliament singing with one voice on the challenge of our lifetimes in terms of addressing climate change and getting to net zero. It's one thing to agree on targets, but it has to be followed by collaboration and discussion on the action that's required. And I think that, we're politicians, but we also have a mission. When we set targets and we set a direction of travel, that the mission is not enough to say, this is what we have to achieve. We need to be working together as a parliament and talking very constructively on the actions that we take to achieve it.
So just to be clear then, if this committee makes recommendations and other committees make recommendations about the climate change plan, the intention of this government is to finalise a climate change plan and reflect on all of those recommendations ahead of the next election. So there will be a cast-iron agreed climate change plan. There'll be nothing for the new government to do in terms of reopening that climate change plan. they will then be tasked with delivering the actions that are in there. Is
Yeah.
that correct or,
I mean,
or not?
I think we have to recognise that, of course, we reflect on all the recommendations from committee. There might be difference in opinion. It might be difference in opinion on, you know, I mean, we don't have to accept all the recommendations of committee, but we have to reflect on them. Of course we do. But it's not just the committees as well. It's the consultations, responses that come back from representatives of the public, of sectors, of all the stakeholders involved. So we have to take all of those into account. I mean, more recently, I had a discussion with someone in the rural economy sphere, in the agriculture sphere, where we were talking about where the locus is for stakeholders. And I said, what would be really, I think, important is that when people are responding to the draft plan, that if they think that there is evidence or their sector has the ability to perhaps suggest things in ways they can go further, my door would be absolutely open. If a particular sector says you have been too conservative in your estimates of what can be done in our sector, here are suggestions on where you can actually boost our contribution. I think that would be really, I mean, I certainly would really welcome that. But obviously we're building in, of course, the parliamentary scrutiny of 120 days, the consultation that goes out. We've already had a very useful letter from the committee on some of the responses that the committee has had, with links to the consultation responses, which we're already obviously looking at, and we're following up with our. We've had engagement with those stakeholders throughout this process, but we'll have continued engagement. But there's also I hope the way that I have operated since taking on this role is I have an open door policy to parliamentarians, whether they're on this committee or whether they have an interest but don't sit in this committee, in discussing some of the proposals that you would like to see in the climate change plan. This whole enterprise is, for me, collaboration, I hope solutions focused, ideas focused and action focused.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now, I didn't say this at the beginning. I'm going to just say this now. There are a huge amount of questions to get forward, to get through, and committee members were extremely good in the last session at making them succinct questions. And not saying your answers haven't been succinct, Cabinet Secretary, but I'm encouraging people to keep short questions and short answers. So, Sarah, over to you.
Thanks, Convener. My question really follows on from the timescale, in the sense that we've already got feedback from our stakeholders through our call for views about the Scottish Government's indicative statement, and a key issue that came forward was a lack of confidence in that wider community that the Scottish Government will actually deliver the policies required to meet the budgets. So can I put to you, CabSec, what do you think is needed in or alongside the upcoming draft climate change plan to build confidence and get the action that we need to actually meet these carbon budgets?
Probably going back to what I have just said to Mark Ruskell, it needs to be collaboration, and it needs to be us working, reaching out, continuing our engagement with stakeholders on where our stakeholders feel that they can go, what can be achieved, so that when we are actually laying a climate change plan, I hope there will be no surprises, that there will be already been a lot of discussions that have happened with stakeholders. Certainly, my officials have been having those discussions, you know, over the last year. I mean, to be quite honest, those discussions have never stopped. You know, I meet with stakeholders all the time, all the sectors that have got a contribution to make in terms of emissions reduction. And so those conversations about where things can go further. I also have conversations and meetings, as you would expect, by those that are very influential and has all been able to meet our net zero targets, that being the UK government. So there are obviously a lot of areas in which, in a reserve space that I've outlined to the Secretary of State. I have regular discussions with my counterparts in the UK Government about those as well. I have interministerial groups across the 4 nations of the UK with other counterparts as well about the challenges that we all face, the ambition that we all have. But I think the engagement is absolutely key to this. The climate change plan that comes forward in draft, I would hope, is as informed as possible by those stakeholders that have got a drive and an ambition to reduce their emissions. And of course, in that period of scrutiny and any kind of amendments to the climate change plan, our ears are open to suggestions from the stakeholders. It would not be right, and it would not be sensible for a government to put forward a climate change plan in a silo. It has to be in collaboration with Civic Scotland and, of course, indeed, other members of Parliament as well, because this is not going to just be the government's climate change plan. This is going to be the Parliament's climate change plan.
Yeah, and thinking also about regulators. We got feedback from auditors and regulators, again, on what would look like a good climate change plan. So this committee wrote in March, summarising responses that the committee had had. So a key issue there was about level of detail and costs and need for transparency. So again, it's partly about ambition and policy, but detail that's going to be in the climate change plan. And it's just to get your feedback. You say you're doing lots of engagement and discussions. I think there's something about the confidence of what's going to be in the climate change plan. We're sitting alongside it so that people can see that action's actually going to happen. What feedback have you got on that?
Well, as I said, we're looking at all the responses, and the committee helpfully passed that on to me a couple of months ago. We've also got our climate change advisory group as well. I believe that Ms Boyack, you come along to that. We have ramped up the engagement on the climate change advisory group role. I said that from the outset when I took forward the Climate Change Act, that I wanted to have collaboration and buy-in from all parties, and obviously there's been my officials have reached out to members as well to provide them with as much information as possible throughout this. I want to continue that. I want to have that parliamentary engagement. I want the climate advisory group role, I think, is absolutely fundamental to that. Of course, it brings all stakeholders together as well. So all I can say is we'll take the feedback, but we'll listen and we will work with stakeholders and parliamentarians before that draft is laid and after that draft is laid.
Right, thanks, Cabinet Secretary. We can't afford to get it wrong, can we? We've got
Absolutely
to bring everyone
not.
together and get this stuff happening now.
Absolutely not, we
Thanks.
can't.
Convener.
Thank you. The Climate Change Committee made it clear there's a huge amount that needs to be done in this area regarding matters, some of which matters are devolved and some of them are reserved. How are you getting on with the UK Government in solving the reserved matters that may be of conflict between them?
There's a lot that needs to be done, Convener. And I'm going to be very interested to see the UK Government's response to the challenges that have been put to them about reaching their carbon budgets, because they're going to have to come forward with a plan to address that legal challenge, actually. I think that, if I maybe look at some of the sectors involved, I've outlined in summary to Ed Miliband, I think my letter probably went out a couple of weeks ago now, or even a week ago, where I've actually outlined the areas in which we need to see faster action at UK level to allow the devolved governments to be able to effectively achieve their goals as well. It's a symbiotic relationship. Effectively, I've said this many, many times, that the UK's target of 2050 net zero is not achievable without Scotland achieving its 2045, and vice versa. So,
sorry, Cabinet Secretary, is that letter published? Or is that a private letter?
No, it will be on the government's website.
Okay, I'll make sure the committee...
We can make sure that you have a copy of that.
Yeah, no, I think that would be helpful. For the
I mean, if you look at, I mean, transport, for example, the incentives which are available to the UK government in order to encourage the take-up of EVs. You know, I was very disappointed, not just because I'm an EV driver myself, but, you know, there was like road tax incentives associated with having an electric vehicle. They were scrapped. I think that's available to them as well. There was the Vehicle Emissions Trading Scheme legislation that's in the UK government's gift as well. Energy systems and markets, I think, is probably the biggest area in which I would like to see more action from the UK government, because an awful lot of the things that we're going to be putting forward in our climate change plan are effectively, particularly in the just transition aspect of it, the electricity price has to come down. The electricity price, in my view, should not be the same. It should not be pegged to the gas price. That was a particular proposal that was removed from the REMA consultation, which I think was a mistake. I think that needs to be revisited. I think that will make the difference in terms of industrial decarbonisation. I also think it will make the difference in terms of domestic heating action that needs to be taken. We don't want to be in a situation where the price of electricity stops decarbonisation because it will increase fuel poverty, or it will mean that there's decisions that businesses can't take because they really affect their bottom line. So, you know, zonal pricing, for example, has been discounted by the UK government now. They need to come forward, and I'm not saying anything that my counterparts in the UK government haven't heard directly from. They need to look at, well, you know, if not zonal pricing, then what? Because the price of electricity needs to come down in order for quite a lot of the actions to take place in climate change plans, not just in the Scottish one, but in all the climate change plans across the 4 nations, to be able to be affordable.
Sorry, Cabinet Secretary, to save you going through the whole list, just clarify to me, if you wouldn't mind, that letter lists all the things that you think are reserved that will stop you reaching your net zero target by 2045. Is that right?
Yeah. But it is, I think, and hopefully you will find that my letter is very solutions focused rather than pointing any fingers. I think it's in the interest, and it's certainly, I think, something that the UK government knows itself that they have to take action on a range of these areas, because this is not a siloed piece of work. This is a 4 nations and indeed a global problem that has to be addressed.
And so, I agree, no point ever suggesting or pointing out problems and not bringing solutions. It's always a question of whether the solutions are workable, and that will be for others to decide. But my thing is when we get that letter and we get to look at it, those are the only problems that you see. Everything else is tickety-boo online as far as reserved matters are concerned, and nothing to worry about Scotland reaching net zero by 2045. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's going to be very challenging, Convener.
No. I'm saying that you've highlighted all the problems that are reserved, which require the UK government to act on by to allow us to reach our target by 2045. And there are no other problems apart from the challenging targets that have been met, but you're not identifying other problems.
No, I mean, I'm not going to use the same language as you or agree to that statement. I think that we have to be absolutely clear-eyed and soberly look at the actions that are required in the devolved space. Will be challenging, will we require a great deal of buy-in, will require a lot of transformation, will involve a great deal of funding. I'm not going to say it in the phrase that you put to me, Convener, because I think that that is actually one of the reasons why we haven't been able to move further and faster, is because there has been, and I mentioned this in my conversation with Mark Ruskell, even small changes and policy proposals that were put forward in this Parliament early on have not had support from all parties and have not been able to participate in action. So I don't think that we should be saying anything like tickety-boo, no problem. It is going to be challenging. but the potential positive outcomes of that are worth it. They are worth it in terms of we will have a more sustainable economy, we will have a healthier environment, we will have a more resilient communities, we will have grasped the opportunities of net zero in terms of innovation and economic growth. We will, I hope, with action again on electricity, be addressing fuel poverty in a way that we have not been able to, and we will have a Scotland that is leading the way on certain technologies associated with net zero in a way that our counterparts, like for example Denmark, saw coming well before us and are now world leaders in.
Well, we drifted away from where I was trying to get to. I was trying to get to that letter that you said you've written to Ed Miliband, highlighted all the problems in that are reserved, that you feel that the UK government have to move on to help Scotland meet net zero by 2045. That's my question. It's a simple yes or no answer.
Yeah, and the UK government have to respond to the Supreme Court judgment as well. So by October this year, we'll see what their response has been to the challenge that's been put to them by the court, which hopefully will address some of the things in my letter as well.
Okay. Right. We'll move on to the next questions, which come from Douglas.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, Cabinet Secretary. It's staying actually on electricity generation. So the Climate Change Committee assume that no power plants with gas and carbon capture and storage in Scotland. So do you agree with the Climate Change Committee advice that there will be no emissions from electricity supply in Scotland from 2030 and no gas plants with CCS in Scotland?
So you've put to me that the Climate Change Committee have...
So they have said, you know, in terms of like Peterhead, for example, with a new gas plant, gas electricity power station with carbon capture and storage sort of built in, well, not built in, but next to it. They say that shouldn't go ahead. Is that the government's view as well?
I'm not going to comment on a future planning decision. I can't do that. I can't talk about a particular planning decision.
But you're going to have to accept the findings of the Climate Change Committee in the Climate Change Plan or come up with other alternatives.
They are an advisory. They provide advice. I do not have to accept the views of the Climate Change.
But in terms of the budget, they've put forward how you would reach the budget. Now, if you don't accept some of their things, you're going to have to come up with other things.
Yeah.
So, you know, can you give us? Are you going to rule that, or you can't rule it out now? So, do we? In terms of
are you still talking about a planning application?
Well, it's not the planning application; it's the project. You know, whether.
So that a planning application that could come forward.
So when you come forward to your climate change plan, end of October, beginning of November. So do you say you can't have our strategy for electricity generation in there because there's a live planning application, or?
No, I'm not going to be pushed into talking about a particular project which will require a planning decision. But what I will say is that in terms of the advice that gets given to us by the Committee for Climate Change, there are certain areas in which they put forward, in their opinion, what should happen. And we do not have to accept that opinion as being, transpose that entirely into our climate change plan. But in accepting you're right, in accepting the carbon budgets that they've set, we need to be able to provide a plan to get to use those carbon budgets. We have already made, I mean, I think my statement when the advice was received, we've already accepted that we do not agree with their policy on livestock numbers, not policy, their suggestion on livestock numbers. We think we can go further in peatland restoration than they have projected as well. And we think that we can decarbonise our electricity supply. We're actually very far ahead in that already. We obviously need to see CCUS being built out. We've had obviously some positive news about Acorn being given the support, although not the 100% support that it needs to come to fruition, but we're in a lot better place than we were with the previous government in that regard. And then this is another area in which I think that I'm going to come back to the comments that I made earlier about the real economic boost that can be given to Scotland in terms of going with technologies that they are innovating on and they're proving the concept of. Because once we've done that, in order to get to net zero, we'll be able to export that expertise to other countries as well. But Mr Lumsden, you're right in that we have to, where we disagree with assumptions or opinions of the CCC and the carbon or emissions associated with those opinions, we need to put forward alternatives. And that will be in the climate change plan, which you'll see by the end of October.
But you can't tell us today whether you're in favour of gas plants with CCS in Scotland.
I think I've made my position quite clear in talking about the only one that's likely to come forward in planning. And I don't think it would do us any favours for me to get into that at all and skirt very close to breaking the ministerial code.
So when we look at energy generation, which is key for electricity generation, will the energy strategy be released before the climate change plan or after? Because for me, there's a direct link between the two.
There'll be a number of statements on energy coming up to Parliament in parallel with the climate change plan, but I can't divulge what they will be at the moment.
So do you think the energy strategy will come forward at the same time as the plan, or ahead?
That's not what I said.
It's just because we're looking for some clarity. Before we'll be looking as a committee at the climate change plan coming forward. Now, it'd be good
as
if we
I said,
had
there will be a number of
at the same
energy
time.
statements that will be happening over the course of the next few months, but the climate change plan will be coming. I'm not going to commit myself to timescales because I need to work with my officials on when they will happen. There will be clarity on a lot of the energy sectors and the government's policies on that at the same time.
Okay. So, as we mentioned earlier, the Climate Change Committee also made it clear that electricity needs to be affordable. So what role does the Scottish Government have in ensuring that low-carbon electricity is also low-cost electricity?
Well, this is an area in which it is reserved, and it's about the electricity markets that's going to be the driver for the cost of wholesale electricity. However, one area in which I would say that tangentially, but also importantly, Scotland can be playing their part in the reduction of electricity price is the build-out of ScotWind. Working with the UK Government on Clean Power 2030 to allow the transmission infrastructure that will take the green energy that has been produced by ScotWind and a ramping up of onshore wind. Indeed, there is going to be a substantial contribution to the green electricity of the whole of the UK as a result of the efforts of the Scottish economy and particularly ScotWind. It should follow that with the ramping up of the production of green electricity and the ability to get that into the grid, that we will see electricity prices go down. But my point to the UK Government is that we need to see some rebalancing action now because we are seeing parts of Scotland that are still fuel poor. We're seeing policies that have to be put in place in terms of a climate change plan, which the justness of which would be vastly improved and the acceptance of by communities and householders would be vastly improved if the price of electricity were to go down. There are policies on industrial decarbonisation where if the electricity price stays at the levels that it is right now, would make it difficult for industry to decide to electrify their processes. We need to see action now rather than just making assumptions that the build-out of all these developments producing large amounts of green electricity is enough to say that over time the price of electricity will come down. There has to be some action in rebalancing the market now.
Mm-hmm. But will ScotWind the build out of that actually make electricity prices go down? Because if I look at the, I'm looking at the CFD round 6 prices just now. If I look at like Greenvolt, for example, a project that I know CFD price of £139 per megawatt hour, and that's that's on 2012 prices. So is it realistic that the build out of Scotland will actually drive down electricity bills for consumers right across Scotland?
I think I've set out the levers, and you've mentioned a lever in terms of the auction round that is a UK government decision to make. I think they have to make the auction rounds and the contracts for difference more favourable to Scottish projects. I've always said that. And indeed, I'm not quite sure if that is in the letter that I will send to the committee, but I've certainly made that point in multiple letters to the Energy Minister at UK level.
And just on that final point, so how would you make it more favourable for Scottish projects? Is that just to increase the price, or how would it be done?
There has to be a price associated with the auction round for Scottish projects that makes them investable, and that's a point that gets put to me by developers all the time, and it's a point that they also make to Michael Shanks, the Energy Minister.
But would that not mean more subsidies and actually higher bills?
No, it will mean the successful build-out of Scotland with all these licences reaching development. If it is more likely for them to bid in auction rounds. I'm not quite sure what this line of questioning
I'm just trying to get
to the
I think we'll all
carbon
agree
budget
that
discussion.
The electricity, it's clear by the Climate Change Committee we need to get electricity prices down. I'm just trying to understand what role the Scottish Government have in actually driving down electricity prices.
The Scottish Government puts forward our opinions and ideas to the UK Government about how they can reform the market. Unfortunately, our proposals for the social tariff have not been accepted by either the previous government or so far by the current UK government. We also want to see a decoupling of the price of gas and electricity. It's a false coupling of that. That would make all the difference in that. All we can do, and I find it, I would like Scotland to have control over all of those levers, Mr Lumsden. I would like my answer to you to be Scotland can have its own electricity market. Scotland can have all the levers of energy policy at its disposal. We are in a situation where we are a devolved government for which energy policy is largely reserved. So the only thing that I can say in answer to that direct question is the Scottish Government is and must make their views known to the UK Government who have these levers. And I would say that our views on these issues are largely in line with that of the industry themselves.
Okay, thanks, Convener.
Thank you, Douglas. The next questions come from Kevin.
Thank you very much, Convener. And my questions are mainly around about transport, Cabinet Secretary. But before I get on to that, I think you made the very important point in that, in your answers to the last round of questioning, that in order to get cheaper electricity now for customers across Scotland, the wisest thing that the UK Government could do would be to decouple electricity prices from international gas prices. In terms of their responses back to you on that issue, has there been any glimmer of hope that is something that they are considering?
Sadly not, Mr Stewart. Certainly, if you remember, REMA was set up or proposed by the former Conservative government, and they ruled out the decoupling proposal. By the time the Labour government had inherited REMA, they decided not to put it back in. They decided to go from a position of we are where we are, rather than actually looking at some of the proposals that could have maybe been brought back in. I found that very disappointing. Again, my views on this and views of countless predecessors in this portfolio have put forward that the decoupling was something that should be seriously looked at. I think that when you explain it to people, people don't understand why there is this coupling in the first place. Why is it? And what it effectively means on the ground, and I won't be telling Mr Stewart anything he doesn't know, but what it effectively means is that, so for example, communities that do not have access to the gas grid and have electric heating, they're paying 4 times as much as they would be if they had a gas boiler. Yeah. So that also means that households will not opt for electric heating. Clean, green electric heating is off the table for most households. If you were to phone up, and as I did when I was putting in a new boiler myself a few years ago, and wanting to do without my gas boiler and you know, make my contribution, and I looked at the cost of electric boilers, there's no problem with the cost of the boilers. The installation and the boilers are probably exactly the same, but the cost of running them and heating my 1930s granite house was, I mean, people were effectively laughing at me on the phone. So that's what we're dealing with. If we were to have a rebalance of the electricity price, we would start to see people at the point at which their gas boiler is coming to the end of its life having the option. And in those communities that are in extreme fuel poverty, particularly in the Highlands and Islands, many of whom who don't have access to the gas grid, would be lifted out of fuel poverty as well. But also, it doesn't make sense to people that they cannot utilise the green energy that we, electricity that we all talk about Scotland is producing in abundance, and yet particularly the area, geographical areas for actually producing this energy look out at the wind farm outside their window and can't afford to put their electric heating on. Yeah. You know, so there's a fundamental unjustness and unfairness around this. That aside, the climate change kind of like sense in this is that we are actually preventing householders from making a choice which they can participate in reducing their emissions and also keep their families warm by this false economy.
Thank you for that. I hope that at some point there is a glimmer of hope around about that change. I should probably declare an interest because I live in a mainly granite flat with electric heating, and when I tell folk my bills, their eyes water. Yeah. Mine's do as well when I get the email with the bill, but that is definitely off-putting. I would agree with you. Cabinet Secretary, the Scottish Government have pledged to review their target to reduce car kilometres by 20% by 2030. The Climate Change Committee say that even their model says that even with a degree of modal shift, the number of car kilometres will not fall between now and 2035. Is it still worthwhile having some kind of car reduction target?
Well, obviously, I don't want to step on the toes of my colleague Fiona Hislop, so I'll outline to Parliament her thinking of this. And I think it actually points to the importance of that cross-portfolio working that I work so closely with Fiona Hislop on this, and dealing with the reality of what it means to reduce car usage. I think one of the things, before I go into what Ms Hislop has said, is that in rural areas in particular, there are a lot of people that rely on their cars for their everyday lives, getting their kids to school, caring for elderly parents, accessing their jobs where there maybe isn't a route, a suitable bus route, or indeed any rail infrastructure. So I think that in order in the justness of the transition, we need to take into account Scotland's geography and the demographics of the people we're talking about. But it is perfectly reasonable that you could have a situation in cities where people have access to better public transport, or indeed have their home, facilities and services within walking distance for those that are able, to say that you can have a reduction in car uses. And obviously you've seen some councils have made decisions in terms of the types of cars that they allow into their city centres. Aberdeen, of course, being an example of that. The Cabinet Secretary for Transport set out on the 6th of March that she's revising the 20% target for car use, taking into account the climate change advice on the carbon budgets, and is going to be informed by other relevant evidence to develop a new longer-term target which is aligned by the timelines for the climate change plan and supports that net zero target. But I want to point to some of the things that Ms Hislop has been talking about in terms of EV use in particular, because I think that the EV use recognises that for Scotland and the geography that we have, there is always going to be a need for cars for many people. And I include myself in that as somebody that has to travel in a rural constituency as well, but I have an EV. Scotland's got one of the most comprehensive charging networks in the whole of the UK, and Ms Hislop is actually, and her officials, and indeed working with both the private sector and the publicly owned charging network, there has been a vast increase in the amount of publicly available chargers. There has been £65 million support the development of public EV charging, and we met our target early for 6,000 public charge points. That was two years ahead of schedule. So there's actually, and there's still more appearing. You'll see them on your commute home, particularly Dundee has particularly good infrastructure in terms of fast charging now, which is a real boost to the EV driver. So we're also doing there's been a lot of pilot studies in terms of the sort of like tenement and flat infrastructure which don't have access to their own charger in the way we've also still got the grants available for the households that can put in their own charger as well, which was, of course was scrapped in the rest of the UK, sadly. And again, that's another lever that's available to the UK government. But we've kept the sort of, I suppose, the subsidy and the grants associated with that as well. But also, we're the only country in the nation in the UK that has got an interest-free loan scheme, not just for new EVs, but for used EVs as well. And that's very, very attractive. But to be honest, one of the things that I would really like to see, and hopefully Ms Hislop is in agreement with me, but one of the things that I think would be a game changer in terms of the take-up of EVs would be for large employers to think about salary sacrifice schemes, because salary sacrifice schemes would make it very attractive to people. It would almost basically be buying a car tax-free. I think it would be like a 40% reduction on the cost of a car if you could actually have a salary sacrifice scheme. And one of the things that I would like to see is potentially big employers in Scotland offering that to their employees, because I think that would see a vast improvement in the take-up of EVs.
On the subject of EV charging, obviously I represent a city centre. It is quite difficult for some householders in flats and other places to charge their vehicles. They have to rely on public chargers elsewhere. I know that there are currently pilots in certain areas around about improving the way that charging can be done in highly built-up areas where folk have no driveways and where there are multiple properties. I know that you likely won't have an answer to this at this moment in time, but will the government, will the Transport Secretary, yourself and others, consider looking at setting out regulations and standards to make sure that we get this right across the country? Because some local authorities are doing certain things and are allowing certain things and others are not. And I think that's quite frustrating for many folks who do want to make that change but cannot rely on the public charging points and actually need something quite near their door.
I think that's very sensible, a very good point. Obviously, as you would expect, myself, Ms Hislop, Ms Robinson, and we meet with COSLA regularly, and with regard to talking about net zero and the actions that so many of the actions are going to have to take place at local authority level. Yeah. I think there's also having a sort of standardisation of the type of charging points is actually really important as well, because it's making it easier for the driver. You know, you're not having multiple apps. Yeah. You know, so I know the amount of apps I've got on my phone for different types of charging it becomes quite confusing. I think that's a very good point. I'll take that back to your discussions that we have with COSLA. The cross pavement charging pilot is really important, because that has been a real sticking point in terms of people having equity of access. Yeah. You know, you should not have to just have your own home with your own driveway in order to be able to access. And also it's a barrier it puts in the way. If people like to have their own cars parked outside their own homes, so that, you know, you don't want to have to sort of like, you know, find a charger, you know, half a mile away and leave it overnight, so you can't keep an eye on it. There's obviously, you know, risks to your vehicle there as well. So I think that's a really important pilot, and I certainly will take your points back.
Thank you. I want to move on a little bit to hydrogen, and that will probably not surprise you, Cabinet Secretary. The Climate Change Committee says that there will be very little role for hydrogen and other low-carbon fuels in transportation, and that electrification will dominate even when it comes to heavy goods vehicles. Personally, I disagree with that, and you can see throughout the globe that others are disagreeing with that, because there is massive investment in some countries in hydrogen, and in particular for the use of hydrogen in heavy goods vehicles. Can I ask you, Cabinet Secretary, do you agree with the Climate Change Committee? I reckon if you did, you'll be in deep trouble with one of your constituents, Dick Winchester. Or do you think that we actually need to utilise hydrogen to its utmost as well, but in particular for that HGV heavy lorries, bin lorries in Aberdeen, for example, you know, those big vehicles? Do you think hydrogen has a part to play?
So Dick Winchester will be delighted to be mentioned in a committee session.
I'm sure he will be.
Yeah.
Don't need to do a third time.
Ms Hislop's working on HGV decarbonisation pathways as well. It's one of the areas in which we feel that we can do an awful lot more in terms of the decarbonisation of transport. I feel that the CCC maybe have been a bit too cautious in their assessment of the use of hydrogen. Not only is hydrogen a real growth sector in Scotland, it also has the potential to be a real economic boost to Scotland in terms of obviously how we use it domestically, but also how we work with other countries to help them decarbonise as well. The build-out of the grid infrastructure as part of the Clean Power 2030, even at, if it were to reach the levels that the UK government and NESO have stated, will still not have the capacity to take all the green electricity if we have a complete build-out of ScotWind and all the other developments. The most obvious thing to do with that additional and surplus electricity is to make hydrogen from it. And we're already starting to see interest in the Grangemouth site in terms of, we're seeing very successful HAR2 applications, the hydrogen auction round by developments in Scotland as well. But there is a big role for hydrogen in the decarbonisation of industry, as well as transport, as you point out. I think this is one of the areas in which we have to reach for the stars, to be honest, because the more that we can use domestically produce and use green hydrogen, the more likely we can decarbonise the sort of like high energy usage food production, whisky production. Scottish whisky is already, we're seeing distilleries that are shifting from natural gas to hydrogen in pilot projects. I think that's very exciting. And as the UK government negotiates with the EU around the arrangements about potentially a hydrogen backbone, then we have the ability, but also it will bring, we will have more electrolyser manufacture happening in Scotland. There already is a substantial amount of electrolyser manufacturing in Scotland. There are big gains for the agriculture sector as well. Hydrogen can and will play a big part in decarbonisation.
Can I ask one final question? It's a very brief one. And, you know, having been involved in trying to develop hydrogen in Aberdeen for many a year, and I want to see greater investment here in Scotland in hydrogen, one of the inhibitors to that investment has been the UK government's failure to change hydrogen transport and storage regulations. Now, there have been promises galore that this will happen. Again, is there anything in sight from the UK government that those regulations are going to change to make investment more viable?
There has been movement in this space, and I think largely a prompting again of the voices within Scotland in particular, that this has to happen. There's also indeed been, I suppose, influence coming from other countries as well who want to import hydrogen that's not just made in Scotland but made in the wider UK. But principally from Scotland is that we need those standards to be bottomed out as part of the plans to actually export it. However, I'm very excited about the export, but I am particularly ambitious about the domestic use of hydrogen. I don't think hydrogen is not there's no silver bullets in addressing climate change. It is a myriad of solutions, and hydrogen is part of the solution of decarbonisation.
Thank you, Convener.
Okay, now there are some follow-up questions. I'm just going to flag this up before I have to start being a little bit more forceful. We're less than halfway through the questions, and we're more than halfway through the time. So, Cabinet Secretary, members of the committee, please bear in mind short questions and short answers are obviously best. A short question from Douglas, followed by a short question from the Deputy Convener.
Mine was covered by Kevin Stewart. Thanks.
Okay, short question from the Deputy Convener. Michael.
Thanks, Convener. Good morning. I just want to stick with this theme around the electrification of heavy goods vehicles, because I was quite struck by the evidence that was provided by the CCC in this area. And they specifically state that by 2030, they expect 6% of our HGVs to be battery electric, and by 2045, they expect, if I'm reading it correct, 84% of them to be battery electric. Now, I'm not going to get into whether it will be hydrogen or battery electric. It's an idea. I suspect it will be more battery electric than it will be hydrogen, but that's what I just think the technology is. I find the timescale for these figures, I think they're completely unachievable. And I think they're completely unachievable for two factors. One is that we don't have a grid infrastructure to actually build out sufficiently on car electric charging facilities as it stands at the present moment. We have constraints across the grid where we can't get new charging points put in because there's just no capacity in it. So I don't think it will be delivered. That's one of the reasons which I think will constrain this. And the second reason is that this involves a huge amount of capital investment for companies to turn over their vehicles over that period of time. And if we look at what happened with electric cars, is that early adopters were very expensive. They remain expensive, although they're saying that price parity will be achieved by 2026, 2028. I think this is fine in theory, but I think in practice it won't be delivered. And if it isn't going to be delivered, what's the alternative?
So, obviously, I'm not Cabinet Secretary for Transport, so the intricacies of, you know, whether it's more attractive in terms of the change of vehicles for electrification or hydrogen is obviously not something I've got the detail on, but I know what Ms Hislop has been doing with the sector in order to work with them on the readiness. The Heavy Goods Vehicle Market Readiness Fund was launched in July. 2 million of support to the HGV sector over the next year to reduce the complexities around the transition for fleets in Scotland in the short term and develop market readiness for accelerated future uptake of zero emissions vehicles. Notwithstanding the infrastructure issues that you've brought to, which of course are salient, that we have to look at some of the barriers that are in place and do what we can to address them. I personally think that in terms of the carbon footprint associated with goods and services, it's going to become even more important to consumers, how their goods are delivered, how the supply chain operates of, say, large like supermarkets and whatever. It's going to become important that you have that ambition, and I think that that's only going to ramp up over time. You mentioned the infrastructure, the grid infrastructure. I think there's actually another issue, which is the one I mentioned, is the cost of electricity. The cost of electricity the market arrangements have to be reformed to make it attractive for these firms to swap over from diesel, largely, to any kind of electric fuelling as well. I think there's a number of moving parts in all of this. Yes, it's going to be difficult. Yeah, you might disagree with what the CCC has put by way of projections, but I think we've got to work with the sector as much as possible and give the sector as much support as possible in order to be able to look at the barriers and address how we take them down, both at UK level and at Scottish level, and that's what Ms Hislop's trying to do.
Okay. Mark, I think you've got some questions now.
Yes. Cabinet Secretary, you mentioned earlier on about the challenge of securing a majority in Parliament for some relatively simple measures to tackle climate change. One policy where you did have, and you still do have, a majority was around the proposals for regulations to upgrade properties at the point of sale as part of the Heat in Buildings Bill. Now, that was a policy that was lauded by the UK Climate Change Committee. They were suggesting that this would be a template for the rest of the UK. It was Scotland leading, and you had a majority for it. Is it still possible to meet the low-carbon heat objectives without some form of mandatory requirement?
So, first of all, caveat, it is Manny McCallan who is putting forward the Heat and Buildings Bill, so it's for her to answer the detail of what's going to be in that. Obviously, she's working on that now. Is it possible? Yes, I think it is. I think when I had responsibility, or my junior minister had responsibility for heat and buildings, one of the things that I was very keenly aware of was some of the warnings around the increase in fuel poverty that might arise as a result of some of the triggers that were previously mentioned in the draft. And I know that Mr Ruskell won't agree with me on this, but I had to look at I was looking at some of the proposals and thinking about the impact that they would have on a householder. And the point of sale issue. If I even look to my own experience of buying a house when I had 2 small children, working part-time, paying for childcare, scraping all my savings, beg borrowing, beg borrowing for deposits and lawyers' fees. The thought that I would also have to find money within a very short period of time in order to change the heating associated with the house that I was barely scrimping everything together to make, I think would meet with a lot of dismay from people. The point at which you buy a house is probably the most financially stretching point in your entire life. And that worried me. It worried me. I also worried me about what that would mean in terms of getting mortgages as well. So Ms McCallan is now looking at the Heat and Buildings Bill, and she will take forward what's going to be in that. I guess it comes down to the point, and that I suppose that's sort of the challenge that you always have in legislation. Is it better to have carrots rather than sticks? If you use sticks, what are the consequences of that? What are the unintended consequences of that? I was worried that the unintended consequences of the sticks and the triggers and the compulsions around that would be an increase in fuel poverty at a point where we've got a cost of living crisis. The electricity price is worrying to me about, again, putting in sticks when you have got a high electricity price that is still pegged to the price of gas, as we've already mentioned, but also about the outlay at a pivotal point in someone's life where they are financially stretched. But that was my thinking on it. Ms McCallan may take a different view, but it's up to her to actually be putting forward that. I think that we've got many schemes in order for households to make decisions around the type of heating that they put in and support them in terms of grants and loans, and probably the most generous offer in the whole of the UK. But I come back to my fundamental point that if we need to see action on the cost of electricity. Action on the cost of electricity is going to be the game changer for households when they are making decisions about decarbonisation of their heating.
So the regulations would have kicked in, in years' time. So there was time to resolve some of the issues around the electricity market that you talk about. But are you effectively saying then that it's really a market decision about whether people can or cannot afford to put in place low-carbon heating, and that the market will sort it out? So the CCC's projection is that from the 2030s onwards, the market will expand. Are you saying that there's no real role for regulation within that?
We've got the new build heat
standard.
standard.
It will happen naturally. Every single house in Scotland will shift towards low carbon.
So we've got the new build heat standards. We've already got regulations in that space as well. The existing homes, that compulsions around that, I was worried would make people unable to afford to do it and really have massive expense associated with it.
At the point of sale.
You say we would have had a year, and I would have had a year to persuade the UK government to change their view on the reform of electricity. I've been trying for nearly 3 years to get them to reform the electricity market. My predecessor, years before, trying to encourage them to change the electricity market. I really don't think that the UK government would have gone, oh, well, there are triggers in place in Scotland. We need to step up now and change the electricity market in order to assuage some of the implications in fuel poverty. I think that needs to come now. I think that's why I'm pressing continually the UK government to bring back some of the mechanisms that were discarded in the REMA process, because they have discounted zonal pricing, they have discounted the decoupling of gas and electricity. That's going to be the major game changer for people, and that's going to be that's going to be the lever that is available to make it attractive for households at the end of the life of their boiler to switch to electricity or to get a heat pump. And we have to also remember there's quite a lot of housing stock in Scotland for which a heat pump will not work. I live in such a house, and believe me, I've had people in. So we need to do what we can to support people that want to make the change in terms of grants and loans. We've already got a good programme of work. We may need to ramp that up. Obviously, that will be future budget decisions. But the fundamental game changer in terms of the decarbonisation of heat is lower electricity prices. And the market will be created and will be boosted by this intervention at UK government level. And it's not just Scotland that has to decarbonise heat, it's the whole of the UK. So we're talking about the UK's 2050 targets as well. and we're talking about their response to the Supreme Court judgment, which they have to bring forward, what they are going to do. I also know that it's maybe not universally popular, but I am a big believer in blending. Hydrogen, a percentage of hydrogen going into the gas grid as a medium-term measure, because over time there is going to be gas boilers are the majority solution for household heat. If we are able to put 10–20% of hydrogen into, and the concept has been proven by SGN, they're proving 100% hydrogen, but they're also proving that they can do blending as well. Then that is another, and it comes back to this whole thing of multiple solutions. If you have something that is onerous and one silver bullet type situation, we will not have buy-in from the householders and we will not meet our net zero objectives. You need to make it easy for people and you need to make it cost effective for people. And the reform of electricity wholesale price, I think, is the game changer that happens. But in terms of the detail of the Heat and Buildings Bill, I have to leave that to Ms McCallan to take to Parliament.
Okay.
First.
Will that be forthcoming into the climate change plan then? So the exact balance that the government is coming to in terms of actions that can be taken in this next 5-year carbon budget.
Of course. What happens
rejected regulation. There's a heavy reliance now on the UK government making decisions about wholesale price of electricity. There's other stuff that may or may not happen.
Yeah.
Is all of this going to be spelled out in terms of the transparency
Yes.
for these policy options in the energy strategy, in the climate change plan, so we can actually see what the impact will be?
So I have said before that the context around reserved and devolved and all the levers that we have and all the levers that have at UK level are very important in the context for our climate change plan. They always have been. And we have not seen the action in the 5 years in terms of some of those levers been, I suppose, some, particularly in electricity, been bottomed out ahead of this climate change plan. We have to keep on making the argument. But now the UK government is coming to the point where they're having to respond to a judgment at Supreme Court level about what they're going to do to meet their carbon budgets. And it's, they probably have got a lot more way to go in terms of decarbonising electricity in England. Scotland's already really largely done that. So that's the headroom that they've got. But that's not going to be enough. There's going to have to be decisions that are made on the bringing down the price of electricity so that for householders we can eradicate fuel poverty, first of all. North Wales has a real problem with fuel poverty too. So I have a lot of common cause with this, with the Welsh Government as well. But we have to look at everything in the context of both reserved and devolved.
So can I just finally ask, I mean, are you open to listening to what the air source heat pump sector is actually saying about the cost of electricity and the effectiveness of their technology? Because what I see is a huge amount of misinformation and lobbying around the Heat and Buildings Bill to effectively try and portray air source heat pumps as being highly expensive, particularly in the context of the electricity bills that many households face at the moment. And that doesn't, for me, match the reality of the technology, the way that they're being installed in Scotland at the moment. So if the sector comes to you and says, look, in your climate change plan and in the Heat and Buildings Bill, there are some assumptions here that are not right. We think we can go further now with the technology that we have. And we've got the industry coming in, into this Parliament, tomorrow to talk to MSPs about some of the misinformation that's out there. And I'm concerned that that has perhaps influenced government policy in a way that leads you to reject the advice, not just of your own, officials initially on this, but of the UK Climate Change Committee as well.
I'm completely open to listening for how sectors can go further and faster. And for the people that I know in my life that have got an air source heat pump installed, the vast majority of them are happy with that. And for some, it's been an absolute game changer. I do also have constituents that get in touch about things that have maybe not been installed and maybe haven't been to the standard that you would have expected as well. That's the same for any kind of work that you get done in your house. I don't want to preempt what Ms McCallan's going to bring forward in the Heat and Buildings Bill. I don't want to put words into the mouth of somebody that's working very hard with us to make sure that it dovetails into the climate change plan. As with everything, if there are innovations or there are improvements on how things can get done that make it more attractive for households to take on this technology, then that is great news. I think it is a growing market anyway. I just disagree that there aren't unintended consequences when it comes to compulsion around some of this.
Okay, thank you.
Right, this is the sort of second warning that we need to be succinct, because I've got the very last question and I'm not going to exclude myself. So please keep it short. Bob, a very interesting subject you're coming to now. Over to you.
No pressure then, Convener. Okay. Clearly the Scottish Government was not required to follow all the advice of the Climate Change Committee. They've relaxed about that as long as there's a balanced pathway to net zero. One area where there's a variation is there's no policy to reduce livestock numbers in agriculture for Scotland. So I suppose what I want to know is livestock numbers are falling anyway. There's a longer term pattern in relation to that. So to what extent does the Scottish Government still rely on the falling of livestock numbers as part of their move towards net zero, because it's falling in any rate?
So we fundamentally disagreed that we should have a policy of reduction in the herds and the livestock numbers more generally. If I can set out sort of fundamentally my not just my thinking but also the Cabinet's thinking, because obviously I don't make these decisions in isolation. I liaise with sector, I liaise with my Cabinet colleagues, particularly in the rural economy space. My issue with reduction in the herd is manifold. The implications of not having a meat production sector in Scotland for the rural economy are stark. I do not want to see an end to farming, livestock farming in Scotland. I think that locally produced meat that has got the high standards of welfare, that is locally sourced and locally produced with a lower carbon footprint, where we are working with the agriculture sector to reduce the emissions associated with the life cycle of the beef herd, is something that has been worked on very thoroughly in terms of reducing the methane emissions in particular. I also have to say that I disagreed with the assumptions and assertions that were made around what land could be used for if it wasn't for sheep grazing. I fundamentally disagreed, and I think that anybody who farms in the mountainous and hilly areas would say that it's not suitable for crop growing. It's just a fact. You know, you can't displace sheep farming with crop growing. It's not suitable land for that. You couldn't harvest it. It wouldn't be suitable. And I think that one of the impacts of, I think we also have to recognise is that people eat meat in Scotland. They still eat meat, and there is a carbon footprint obviously associated with everything that you eat. There's a carbon footprint associated with vegetables that we import in winter. You know, you shouldn't be eating really strawberries from in December, because heaven knows where they've come from and how many carbon miles, food miles associated with that.
Cabinet Secretary, I apologise for cutting across. I was minded that my computer has told me to keep it tight time-wise.
Yeah.
That's all really helpful, and I think the Climate Change Committee are relaxed about all of that as long as Scotland meets its own balanced pathway. So my underlying question was whether there's still some modelling work to show that naturally livestock numbers are falling in a matter of course. Has that been taken into account in relation to net zero ambitions as part of the Scottish Government modelling work?
Well, not. We don't want to make assumptions on a trajectory of an industry having less production. We want to work with the industry to make sure that production is as low emission as possible.
That's really helpful, because that leads on to my next couple of questions. The first one being that the Climate Change Committee said, OK, the Scottish Government doesn't see that trajectory and reduce the livestock numbers, there are other options out there that could be exercised to have that balanced pathway. And they didn't recommend any individual one, but they've got a kind of like pick and mix approach in their advice that it could be car kilometre reductions are modelled at 6% on their advice. That could go to 8%. There are scrappy schemes for cars, for heating. So there's a variety of other options that have not been triggered, if you like, as yet. So how would the Scottish Government seek to make up some of this if we don't do action in one area, for some very good reasons, Cabinet Secretary, you've set out on the record today? What are the actions to balance that out in another area?
So that is the 4 weeks that we took to come to a decision on whether we followed the carbon budgets were effectively very much in that space, that if we were not going to take the advice on livestock numbers, where was that reduction going to come from? So we looked at a couple of areas, decarbonisation of transport and the ramping up of ambition there, but also the ramping up of ambition in terms of peatland restoration and the planting of trees in the areas, and working with that again with our colleagues in the rural economy in terms of the whole farm plan associated with that, to make sure that we were having and also valuing and I suppose funding some of the efforts associated with increasing biodiversity, reducing emissions as well. Well, that's all going on anyway, but we wanted to look to the areas in which now the issue comes in terms of the time associated with the peatland restoration and the fruition of the carbon savings or the carbon sequestration, and indeed the kind of like stopping the carbon leakage coming out of those depleted peatlands. It obviously takes a lot longer than, you can't do that in 5 years. But we have looked to where we've actually done quite a lot of restoration and look at areas in which we can ramp it up, in which we can give more certainty in terms of the policy direction and peatland re-wetting. So that we can have we don't have that sort of, we don't know whether or not it's going to be funded year on year. We have that trajectory of certainty in policy, but also I've pointed to some of the areas in which Ms Hislop's portfolio is ramping up action in transport decarbonisation.
Okay, that's helpful. And my final question is,
Phil has just reminded me I've forgotten about a third sector, and that's industrial decarbonisation as well.
Okay. Thank you, Phil. Then my final question is going to be specifically about peatland. So I'm not looking for the details in peatland just now, but more of a wider point, and that would be that if there is less land given up for these initiatives, be that forestry or peatland, because there's more land still in agriculture and cattle and herds, does that create an issue in having enough land to do all that sequestration and abatement work that the government is seeking to do? Could there be a land issue there?
There's so much degraded peatland that has not been addressed so far that there is a huge amount of carbon associated with that has been emitted by that peatland more generally. We've got about 2 million hectares of peat in Scotland. 70% of it is degraded. If we're able to address that, at least even some of that, majority of that, that would have an impact, a positive impact on nature, and also would make the difference in terms of the amount of carbon that we're taking out of the atmosphere, as well as the longer term carbon sink natural infrastructure that we have as well.
So that's helpful with peatland. There's no particular concerns about. There's lots out there to get working on rather than worrying about land supply. Forestry, are there any issues there?
Well, I think that's, you will hear differing views on that, and that's what comes back, I suppose, to the point that I made to Sarah Boyack about collaboration with sectors, is that it has to be the right planting in the right place with the willing partners that we have. Even in my constituency, I'll see planting that has happened on farm that is well managed. It actually can be often better managed than maybe some of the sort of pine plantations that you see that maybe aren't so well managed. with indigenous trees, working alongside the production that they have in. But I think what we need to do, what we already do with the agriculture bill and the whole farm plan that Ms Goujon leads on as well, is working out how we value the work that's already done in farm. We value the work that's already been done in land management, but we also are able to communicate the benefits of the types of planting that's been done on this, I suppose, the bottom line and the health of a farm to those. And the system, it was put to me recently by someone in the sector, is that there are some very small farms that don't have the head space to look beyond their production because they are 1-2 person businesses, that we need to be able to assist those farmers to be making decisions about what they do in their farm that isn't onerous for them. And I thought that was a very good point.
So I don't want to misinterpret what you're saying, Cabinet Secretary, because we'll discuss the evidence we've heard later. I think what the Scottish Government is saying is that some have said there could be some issues with land supply for forestry, but your belief is that working closely with the agricultural sector, there are ways to mitigate against that and to make sure there is plenty of supply. You've not spelled out those details today, I have to say, but is that the message you're giving us as a committee in relation to
this? And the details will be in the climate change plan. So obviously I don't have won't have the details, but I haven't published the draft plan yet. We're bottoming out that as well. Scotland is already exceeding a lot of its targets in terms of tree planting anyway. I think that the latest figure is that Scotland produces about 70% of the tree planting for the whole of the UK. So we're already punching well above our weight in that respect, but we still need to do more. But it needs to be the right planting in the right place, working with partners that see the benefit of that planting.
Okay, and finally, I think I can infer from your previous comments what the answer is likely to be in relation to this final question, Cabinet Secretary. But I mentioned obviously that the indicative statement differed in relation to peatland restoration compared to the advice from the Climate Change Committee. Can you elaborate a little bit more about that? Should we expect to see far greater savings or less from peatland restoration? And what are those assumptions based on?
We think we can go further. I won't be able to spell out the detail on that because obviously I need to be discussing, we are discussing this all ahead of the draft plan being laid. Mr Fairley's got responsibility for peatland restoration. I asked all Cabinet Secretaries and Ministers to come forward with where they can go further, and peatland restoration was one of those areas in which there was government agreement we could go further. I think that it's an area in which Scotland really has an advantage. The geography of Scotland has an advantage. It is a double win, reducing the carbon leakage and the producing of carbon sinks. It probably doesn't chime with, I mean, the Committee for Climate Change, I guess, are wanting to see quite a lot of short and medium-term actions. And indeed, that first carbon budget is really challenging because a lot of the action associated with peatland restoration will mean carbon reductions coming into the second, third and fourth climate budget.
Okay, thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Thank you, Convener.
I am going to have to be the bad guy now. We've got 6 questions. We are going to get through them. Cabinet Secretary and the Deputy Convener's got the next batch. So I am going to cut you short if I think you're over-expanding on your answer, Cabinet
more
Secretary.
brief, as long as people don't say, well, she never said about this, she never said about that, but I will try my best to be succinct.
We'll say that anyway. Deputy Convener.
Can I turn to the issue of decarbonisation of industry and fuel supply? The CCC have suggested that about 2/3 of industry will be decarbonised through electrification, and about 1/5 will come from hydrogen and the use of CCS. Do you think that's an accurate reflection of how you think the industry and fuel supply sector will be decarbonised, and do you think they've got the balance right in their advice?
So I think that that's the assumption they're making now with the current conditions. I think there was maybe some of the market reforms that we would like to see that may change. there might be a bigger role for electrification. I think that everything just ties back to this, you know, the cost of you know, it could be that if we don't see reform in terms of the price of electricity, that there's a ramping up of maybe some of the other the other technologies instead. I think that obviously they give advice to the UK government as well in terms of the electricity price and what they need to see in order for the market to prompt the action in this space. I suppose I'm saying that I hope that their projections are right, because a big role for electrification is important. It's probably the simplest transformation in terms of the technology. We know that we are going to have grid infrastructure build out that has more capacity. We know that we are going to have excess electricity. I disagree with the 5% in hydrogen. I think that will be more. I'm more positive and ambitious in that space. But I'm also mindful that there has not been the action on the price of electricity that I would have expected to come out of REMA. I think it's been a missed opportunity there. And I'm not just talking about the current government's decision on it. I'm talking about all the things that were thrown out from consideration by the last government as well. I think that needs to be looked at again in order to address this issue. A lot of it is going to depend on price, because obviously businesses have got a bottom line and they make investment decisions based on their bottom line and making themselves competitive. But they also make decisions based on their public reputation as well. And I come back to the point I made to you before, is that businesses are under a great deal of pressure by their customers as well to decarbonise. And of course, if they're accessing government funding as well, you know, there's conditions around that as well.
Okay. So given the industry is our third biggest, highest emitter of carbon, what is the Scottish Government doing specifically policy-wise in order to incentivise industry to decarbonise its processes and how it uses energy of a variety of forms? I think there were 5 different areas that were suggested by the Committee on Climate Change. But what are we doing to incentivise industry to make sure that they are operating in a much more sustainable fashion and that they're decarbonising the energy they use?
So we've got funding streams associated with industrial decarbonisation, the SIETF funding. That's a consistent budget line. I obviously will be every budget opportunity making the pitch for that to continue, and indeed, given that we've got a climate change plan, which again is going to be reliant on industrial decarbonisation, in making sure that funding increases and working with that. We've also obviously £80 million pledged to support the ACORN project as well. So again, that ACORN project is going to be fundamental in industrial decarbonisation as well, the capturing of the carbon associated, and indeed the Scottish cluster. So we've got that £80 million that is pledged in order to help that develop as well. We're also, in terms of Grangemouth, you'll obviously be very, very familiar with Project Willow and the incentivisation of coming into the Grangemouth industrial cluster as well, and the efforts that Scottish Enterprise are making to attract low carbon and indeed emerging technologies to base themselves in Grangemouth as well. So we've got 25 million associated with that from Scottish Government money to help them get to I suppose, final investment decision status, so that they can then access the money that's been pledged by the UK Government as part of the Grangemouth deal that both governments have made as well. So you'll see a lot of that incentivisation been made as well. You know, government money associated with low carbon technologies as well is an incentive for companies to diversify. I'll leave it there. The convener is asking me to keep it short.
I'll leave it.
I'll
leave it there as well. Convener.
Well, that's very kind of you. Thank you, Deputy Convener, on that. Douglas, I think yours is the next question.
I'll be brief on engineered removals now. And I just want to ask Cabinet Secretary, how confident is the Government that they can deliver technologies like direct air carbon capture and storage? And do we need a contingency or plan B if they don't actually work as maybe we would want them to?
So the CCC has said that nets are going to play a vital role to offset residual emissions to hard hit areas. I just want to point to the Climate Change Plan update in 2021. Further research was pledged to go into the scale and timescales for nets in Scotland as well. This is an area in which I think that Scotland has really got, in terms of innovation around this, a real potential economic boost and reputational boost. If we look at investment into negative emissions technologies, if they are produced in Scotland, and that could be a sector that really becomes world leading, and we could be exporting that technology to other countries as well. I mentioned the Denmark recently. I was told recently that in order Copenhagen went further in terms of becoming like a net zero city, and out of that I suppose policy direction came innovation and companies that now are the experts in the field and now export that expertise to China and Japan. I think that if we stand by those that are developing NETS technologies in Scotland and we factor them into our climate change plan, that we could have a similar situation where we are exporting that technology and that innovation to the rest of the world, as well as contributing to carbon capture.
But do we need to have a separate plan if those technologies don't actually work as we would hope that they do, because they're still at infant stage?
Do we need a separate plan? Well, we always need a plan, and indeed we'll set out what the figures, the projections that we have identified for nets in the climate change plan.
Okay, thanks, Convener.
Mark, I wasn't sure. Did you have a follow-up on this one?
No, I think we'll just move on.
Okay, perfect. Sarah, I think yours is the next question.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. I want to raise the issue of energy from waste emissions because they've gone up. We're getting new plants being built with planning permission, but there's an issue about how do you connect to CCS infrastructure. Also, how do you connect with heat networks? In my own region, we've got the Miller Hill project, Shawfair, so you're now getting thousands of houses with heat network coming out of energy from waste. But we've still got levels of waste going up. So how are we making a joined-up approach to make sure that our energy from waste infrastructure is actually going to work to reduce carbon emissions?
Yeah, so there's obviously two challenges there. So on the one hand, that we need to know how we're going to deal with our residual waste. But our efforts are in reducing that residual waste as much as possible. That's why there's been the build out and the planning given for new energy to waste plants to be able to deal with that trajectory where there is going to be a certain amount of residual waste. But on the other hand, we have got we've got the circular economy bill, we've got the zero waste plan, we've got all the policies associated with waste reduction as well. I'm really interested in what you have highlighted in terms of the linking into CCUS networks. I think that's absolutely fundamental and important. It comes back to the importance of the decision around ACORN and the development of the Scottish cluster, because an awful lot of the energy to waste plants and infrastructure are going to be in the pathway of that pipeline infrastructure as well. So I think that's a really good point. We should be looking at how we can decarbonise as much of the emissions associated with energy to waste plants as possible. But you also make a point about heat networks that I think is really, really important. And you pointed to some of the heat networks that are already linked in with energy to waste sites. There's one in Aberdeen as well, which is looking at expanding. The one in Aberdeen is across the River Dee in Torry. And Altons, and is already delivering heat to properties, to council properties and to schools, and they're looking to expand under the river and into the other side of the city, the more substantial part of the city as well. And I think that's hugely exciting. I think heat networks are going to be something that we put an awful lot of, pardon the pun, energy into developing. There are already great heat networks across Scotland, but it's also an opportunity for some of the heat networks that are using fossil fuels to be able to change the fuels associated with the running of the existing ones as well. We want to reduce waste. We've got the landfill ban happening at the end of the year. We obviously have to deal with residual waste. Councils have been working very, very hard to reduce their landfill waste. They have done really well, but in the commercial sector, Ms Boyack, I think is where the real ramping up of efforts needs to be made. The amount of residual waste associated with the private and commercial sector is actually the biggest area in which we need to see. It's not actually local authority waste that is really the problem, it's commercial waste.
I suppose my follow-up question is what support you're giving to local authorities, because in Midlothian it's a council energy company. You've talked about Aberdeen, you've got Aberdeen Heat and Power community, so there's something about equipping councils to make the most of this opportunity, even if waste is coming from the private sector, to get that joined up approach so we get income coming back. We've talked about lowering electricity bills, but there's also something about generating income and doing it in a way that's fair and properly regulated. So just a plea for that to appear in the carbon capture storage and in your going forward, the plan for the future to make sure we maximise the opportunity of this in lowering emissions, but also making the community benefits that come from all of that as well.
Yeah, so really interesting work happening in some of our cities on this, as we've mentioned, Glasgow in particular. But there has been £1 billion worth of funding given from the Scottish Government to councils in this area as well with regard to waste. And also we need to factor in the fact that there's additional money coming from the EPR packaging regulations from the UK, so there will be funding associated with that. Although that will decline over time, because it is based on the levels of waste. But I think it's really exciting to see what local authorities can do in addition. So they're not having they've got the funds associated with the EPR, but they'll be able to be a lot more innovative in the space and reducing their waste and what they do in terms of the circular economy as a result of that additional funding.
So I think that's the kind of thing we need to see in the climate plan, and thinking about how we're future-proofing that energy from waste infrastructure right across the country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Douglas, I think you've got a question there.
And Convener, I'm just going on to costs now, because we heard from the People's Panel that there needs to be better information, communication and financial support from the Scottish Government to reach these targets. So how does the Government make sure that this is all affordable for households across Scotland?
That's very much in my mind, and that's come back to what I was saying about the heat and buildings question as well. We have to make sure that it's affordable and it's also something that people feel the benefit from as well. I think one of I'll come to the nuts and bolts of how we make it affordable, and obviously it's going to be budget decisions, yearly budget decisions that are made. But obviously we're going to set out our costings in the climate change plan as well. But also we're going to point to the fact that, rightly, it's not just going to be a government spend. It has to be government and private contributions to this. But I would like to point to also the cost of not doing it. And I think there's a cost associated with not doing it in terms of the impact it will have on the resilience of communities as well. But there's also another cost to not doing it, and that points to some of the innovation things that I've been talking about. If Scotland is a hothouse for innovative ideas getting us to net zero by 2045, our economy will be boosted as a result of that activity. I mentioned about Copenhagen. They had an idea they wanted to decarbonise Copenhagen, and out of that came all these industries and businesses that are now world leading. That's where I see Scotland in terms of floating offshore wind, carbon capture and storage. There is going to be a long-term economic benefit associated with the actions to reduce our emissions. I am absolutely confident of it. There's a massive economic return. But in terms of the short-term costs, we need to make sure that they are fair. Government has to step in where they can, but we also have to recognise is that government cannot foot the bill for the entire transformation, and that there are business opportunities associated with driving down emissions in all sectors that have to be quantified as well. But I'll be able to set that out in the climate change plan. Obviously, this is about the carbon budgets today, not the detail of the plan, because the detail of the plan will be put before you in October.
The plan will have costs, not just for government, but for households as well, maybe expected.
It will have an estimate.
Will it also have some, maybe like taxation changes that may have to change, or will that not be in the plan?
No, I'm not going to talk about taxation in a climate change plan. What effectively we're going to be setting out is the costs associated with the climate change plan, and put it in the context of the market creation involved, the costs and the benefits associated with it as well.
That'll be in the plan. Okay,
yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. Mark, I think you've got a question now.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you about the government's internal work on the net zero assessment, and whether government would support effectively using the assessment whenever there's a government bill presented to provide information and policy memorandum about emissions impact of legislation.
The emissions impact of legislation, or the emissions impact of budgeting? The
emissions impact of legislation.
Of legislation. Phil has helpfully offered to come in on this specifically, but obviously...
because I think that is something that I think independent review had recommended, and potentially there's the possibility of even amending standing orders of this Parliament to require that to come forward with bills more generally, both government and individual members' bills. So, yeah, I'm interested in that journey. It's been a long journey. You're adopting, as a government, net zero assessment. I know we're still on that journey, but perhaps a natural next step would be to apply it to legislation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a fixed view on it. It's obviously for Parliament to decide what they want to do in that regard. Obviously, there has been quite a lot of movement in terms of the budgeting process and the carbon assessment associated with that, and that's internal government work that does to really flesh out the impacts of what we're doing. But in terms of if Phil wants to come in with any of the detail on the work that's been done, I think it's for Parliament to decide what they want to do in that space.
I can comment if you wish, if it's not going to delay things too much, Mr. Ruskell. We've been clear, I think, about how we wanted to move from the pilot to rolling out the net zero assessment. I think the focus has very much been on new policies. We have been very mindful about the fact that there are a number of different impact assessments which move around policies going forward. So we've been really keen to make sure that the net zero assessment doesn't get seen as an additional burden, but as something that helps and fits very neatly with those other impact assessments. And that's taken a bit of work to make sure that goes forward. But the commitment remains to carry forward, as I believe was set out in the letter to the committee previously. Where this could go in future is one for Parliament, indeed might be something for this committee to talk about, because the power of that tool in helping to inform not just government decisions, but parliamentary scrutiny is one that, once it's tested and embedded in, may be worth looking at in future.
Okay. We'll leave it there.
Okay, I'm just looking to see if any other members of the committee want to ask a question before I come in with my last two. Listening to the evidence that I've heard this morning, a lot of what appears to be coming down is reliant on electrification and the price of electricity becoming reasonable. And it's quite clear from what you've said, Cabinet Secretary, that that is not in your hands. So it seems to be setting somebody up for the fall, apart from the Scottish Government, if we don't reach net zero within the times, if the price for electricity hasn't come down. Based on the practices, you always love plans, by your own admission. What's your plan if you can't get the price of electricity down? Will you be producing another climate change plan? And if so, what will that rely on?
Well, obviously the climate change plan will be put before the end of Parliament, but it'll be for the next government to decide what they do about future climate change plans. I mean, thank you for the assumption that it's going to be my flavour of government, but I think that the electorate will decide who's in government next, and it'll be for them to decide. What I would say is it's really important that we contextualise the work that needs to be done at whole UK level for all the devolved nations to be able to reach net zero. It's also important to recognise that if that work's not done to bring down the price of electricity, the UK is not going to reach net zero by 2050 either. So I don't think it's an option.
The second question is perhaps easier, Cabinet Secretary, is that the Climate Change Committee, when they gave evidence to the committee, had suggested that the cost to the Scottish Government to achieve their carbon budgets and the figures set with them was about £750 million a year. Do you recognise that figure?
We'll set out our figures when we publish the climate change plan.
I know you will. I'm asking if you recognise that figure.
I'm going to put forward the climate change plan with the costings associated with it.
Okay, so on the basis that if it was £750 million per annum, that would mean by 2045 it would have cost the Scottish Government £18,750 million. 18, Philip, I think I've done the maths. You're looking confused. £750 million to achieve net zero. It's a huge amount of money. What it hasn't done is put any price on what it's going to cost the people of Scotland above what it's costing the Scottish Government, i.e. the private level of investment required. Budgets are about setting income and expenditure. The income that you are trying to achieve in the budgets is a reduction in carbon. We haven't had the figures of expenditure. Are we going to get anything before we consider this? Or are you just going to say we're going to lay it out in the climate change plan?
So what I'm going to say is I'm going to say that those figures that the Climate Change Committee have put forward are whole economy figures, not simply government figures. And I'm going to point to the words of Professor Graham Roy, from the Scottish Fiscal Commission, who said, and this is a quote, "Doing nothing, not responding to the challenge of climate change will be far more expensive and damaging to the public finances than investing in net zero. It is simply not an option." And that is going to be ringing in my ears throughout this whole process. We have to do this. It is the economic future of Scotland. It is the resilience of Scotland. It is fueling our economy for decades to come, and we need to look at it in this. This is an investment.
And I hear what you say, but my comment is very simply to say that the cost for not doing this is so high that you have to do it is actually a way of not answering the question. And I'm afraid I'll have to wait, I guess, to see the climate change plan and to see the costings, and be rest assured that I, along with many other people, will be looking for the exact costings. I think that brings our evidence session to a close on this bit. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to briefly suspend the meeting till 12:25, just before we go into the final bit, which is a vote on the decision. So I'll suspend the meeting till 12:25. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the Net Zero Energy and Transport Committee meeting. The second item on the agenda is a debate on motion S6M 18060, calling for the committee to recommend approval of the Climate Change Scotland Act 2009 Scottish Carbon Budgets Amendment Regulations 2025. Cabinet Secretary, would you like to speak to and move this motion?
I'll just move the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any members that would like to make a contribution? Douglas.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. And I just want to start by saying, I want us to get to net zero, but it needs to be done in an affordable way. And as things stand, I don't know if the impact will be on our households from this regulations that are coming through. It seems like we are writing a blank cheque with no idea on the costs to government, to families, or to businesses. Now, I welcome that costs will come in the plan. And hopefully when I see these costs, I can support these budgets. But at this time, there's too much unknowns. I don't feel we should be asked to approve without these costs. If I look at things like EVs that we spoke about today, I think there's risks of huge inequalities as things stand just now. If you're fortunate enough to have a driveway where you can charge your car, you can pay 7 pence per kilowatt hour. But, if you don't have a driveway, you have to use a public charger. You'll probably be paying maybe 7 times these costs, maybe somewhere like 55 pence per kilowatt hour, up to, even on a service station, probably about 90 pence per kilowatt hour. So I think there's a real risk there. And if we look at electricity generation, the Climate Change Committee say no to gas generation, but the Cabinet Secretary can't tell us if she agrees with that at present, so we don't know if that will be part of the future. If we look at cost of electricity, I agree it's too expensive. It's often blamed on gas price. As I mentioned last week, if I look at my utilities bill, electricity is 4 times more expensive than gas on my bill. I hear it's pegged to gas prices, but I want to know when we have to pay more or when the wholesale price goes up, I want to know where does that money actually go? Does that just go to the wind farms and sort of increased costs? So I'm not clear. And of course, we have heard things from the Westminster government, the £300 that we're meant to be having off our electricity bills. I don't think there's any sign of that happening anytime soon. And, in terms of the bills, it is a sort of complex situation that makes up, we have not just the wholesale costs that make up our electricity bills, we've got balancing costs, we've got CFD subsidies, ROC subsidies, grid upgrades and, social tariffs as well that we're paying within that cost. Also have a concern about the impact on communities. I think without a plan, without an energy strategy, the impacts on our communities are unknown. So, I would welcome seeing the plan. I know it's, I know it's coming now, end of October, early November. But I feel, as it stands just now, I think it's difficult to approve this regulations without having more detail. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Douglas. Mark, I think you'd like to say something.
Yeah, I would. So I'm just reading the submission that we had here from the Institute of Public Policy Research in Scotland, and they said that MSPs will have to decide to approve the carbon budgets effectively in ignorance of the policies they would then have to support in order to see the budgets delivered. I think the lack of information is really concerning, and I think it perhaps plays to those, like yourself, Mr Lumsden, who want to weaken ambition, rather than people like myself who want to strengthen ambition for the carbon budget. There isn't a climate change plan, not even a draft one, that's been submitted. We have an indicative statement that's incredibly thin. We know that the government has rejected the advice of the UK Climate Change Committee on livestock, on peatlands. We know that policies have been dropped on heat and on traffic reduction. There isn't an energy strategy as yet. And we also know that when it comes to Peterhead Power Station, there's uncertainty about the existing power station, let alone the prospect of a second power station. So there's a lot of unknowns here. And quite frankly, sitting here, I don't know whether this carbon budget is ambitious enough, because it lacks transparency. It lacks the transparency that successive committees of this Parliament has called for in advance of setting targets and setting objectives and aspirations around climate change. So I'm not going to vote against this budget, but I'm finding it very difficult to vote for it because I don't actually know what it is that we're voting for at this point without that detail. So I will be abstaining on this vote.
Does anyone else? Sarah.
I think the other thing is that having listened to the evidence from the experts this morning, we know we need to act. We know we need to act fast. We know we need to act decisively because carbon emissions are a massive issue across the globe. We are going to have major shifts in terms of world climate. We're already seeing extreme weather. We're already seeing forest fires that we haven't talked about this day that could impact on peatlands emissions. We've got 280,000 homes that are already at risk of flooding, and we need more joined-up thinking, more joined-up action, that resilience and adaptation needs to go together. The other thing we've not really talked about so much is how we get the economic benefits of this in our communities across Scotland. We're still waiting for the energy strategy. We need a more detailed climate change plan, and we need to see the investment that will transform our constituents' lives, create the jobs, manufacturing, local jobs, heat networks that could deliver lower bills, but we're not seeing the detail of this. We've talked about tree planting, but where could you get more community benefits from tree planting? There are lots of opportunities here, but it's not about just warm words. It's got to be a plan for action. And we have a climate and nature crisis, and the Scottish Government needs to be doing more to bring people with us to make the transformation we need. So it is sustainable development that will tackle what is going to be real challenges. You know, the Gulf Stream, we didn't talk about that today, but 30 years' time, we might not be here, but the next generation is going to be here, and it's going to be more than a challenge. It's going to be massive problems. So I think this is time for action, but detail, information, and bringing people with us. And the Scottish Government needs to be doing way more than they're doing at the moment.
Thank you, Sarah. Kevin, I think you want to say something.
Yes, please, Convener. I've listened to what others have had to say today. I do think it's time for action as well. But the government has been put in a position whereby the original targets that were made were unattainable because Parliament pushed that on to the government. I think that we all require much more detail as we move forward in terms of how we're going to reach net zero and a just transition. But quite frankly, we don't have the answers to every single aspect of this at this moment in time. I recognise that the Cabinet Secretary and her officials will be doing all that they possibly can to get everything absolutely right. But, you know, let's take, for example, the future use of hydrogen. What are the benefits of that going to be? We do not have answers to that at this moment in time. Let's look at the fact that almost all of us around here want to see the UK government remove the linkage between international gas prices and electricity. We do not know if that will happen. If it does, that's likely to be of benefit in terms of greater electrification quickly. If it doesn't, that's not going to happen. What annoys me, I have to say, and I suppose I can say this now because, you know, I'm going, but what annoys me is the fact that there's always bickering over certain of these things, but without logicality. And the logical thing for us at this moment in time is to agree this subordinate legislation, allow the government to get on with it, and to continue, for us to continue as a parliament, to scrutinise all of this as we go forward. I think that, you know, to vote against this today is very, very unwise, and I'll be supporting the Cabinet Secretary and her motion.
Thank you, Kevin. Bob, I think you want to say something.
Thanks, Convener. I think there's been a theme, I think from yourself, Convener. We used to have a giant disagreement on some of this, which is fine, through last week's evidence sessions and this week's, where there's been a call for precise details of costings for each household in granular detail. Now, these plans run for 15, 20 years. And it relies in part on business innovation and buying into shift. It relies on a good, positive, constructive dialogue with Westminster in relation to electricity pricing, but in other things as well. It relies on technological innovation, and it relies on all of us, not as MSPs, but as householders, buying into all of this as well. I think it's reasonable to say, in Cabinet Secretary, I've not seen the climate change plan and the associated costings that will come with it, but they will have to surely come with a range of what those costings will be. It can't be precise for technologies that are still to be developed and advanced, for an electricity market that's still to be reformed. So I think there has to be a fair wind to some of this and a bit of realism in relation to all. That said, I think Mark Ruskell does make some reasonable points about, scrutiny would have been enhanced if we'd had the plan at the same time as we were locking in these targets. I think those are reasonable points to make, but we are where we are. In some respect, the targets are, as we know from the last time this Parliament and Government failed to deliver on targets that we had, targets in themselves are just numbers. It's the actions that we put in place to make them a reality. The idea of this Parliament not agreeing to these budgets and not freeing up Government and Parliament to scrutinise the climate change plans that will surely follow, I think we have a big misstep for Parliament not to agree to this. I think the final thing I would say, Convener, is that whilst I've concurred with the scrutiny challenge that Mr Ruskell, I think, has pointed out, and yourself, Convener, have pointed out, I think that we're already starting to scrutinise some of this stuff. The laying of the climate change plan for that public scrutiny, we will be scrutinising that in real time as well, Convener. Scrutiny doesn't start and end once that process is finished. Scrutiny will be ongoing, and I think we've all got a responsibility as a committee and a kind of cross-party, apolitical basis almost, to just put our shoulder to the wheel and do that scrutiny in a really robust fashion. So there might be disagreements amongst committee members here this morning, I think the correct thing to do is to lock in these targets and come together to put quite significant scrutiny on the Scottish Government for how they will deliver them.
Thanks, Bob. I'm just looking at the Deputy Convener because I am going to say something, and I wondered if you wanted to make it a full house by expressing his opinion as well.
Well, look, thanks, Convener. I think there's no doubt that aspects of the process are far from ideal. And if you were to design it, you wouldn't design it this way. And I think some of the comments that have been made by Mark Ruskell are perfectly valid and reasonable points to be made. And clearly, we would always want to reflect on this process and how we can learn from it for future parliaments and how they handle these issues and how the process will be managed. However, we can't get away from the fact that we face both a climate and nature emergency, and we have a collective responsibility to take action on it. I could follow Douglas Lumsden and produce a list of what I would describe as flimsy excuses for not supporting this, because all that would do is demonstrate a lack of leadership to deal with what is one of the biggest crises we face as a world, and that is both the nature, if you let me finish my point first, both the nature and climate challenge which we face. And we as parliamentarians have a collective responsibility to take responsibility for that and show the leadership that's necessary in order to address it, rather than looking for excuses to chase after voters who are drifting off to reform. I'll give way to Mr Lumsden.
Yeah, thank you for taking the intervention. I think, a flimsy excuse, not knowing the cost, I wouldn't say that's a flimsy excuse. Surely we should have that information. Even Mark Ruskell, maybe from the other side of the argument from myself, saying if we had the information, we could even go further, but without it, we can't.
Look, when I say things like flimsy excuses, I make reference to things like your suggestion about that electricity is in some way pinned to the international gas price in the UK. Well, it's not in some way, it is. It's a fact. That's what drives our electricity costs. You were in government at Westminster for over a decade and could have taken action about that if you had chosen to do so. The reality is you chose not to do so,
But equally, during that period of time, you also supported the need to make sure that we achieved net zero by 2050. This is not just something which in the UK at a Scotland level is an optional aspect, it is a legislative requirement. We are legally obliged to achieve net zero by 2045 and 2050. And as parliamentarians, if we choose to ignore that on the basis of flimsy excuses, I think that's not doing our job properly. And that's why here today I'll be voting for this, even though I accept parts of the process are not as effective as it could be, but I accept the responsibility we have to tackle both the nature and climate emergency which we face, not just for this generation, but for future generations as well.
Okay, I'm just going to say a little bit at the end, and then I'm going to come to the Cabinet Secretary. I think the evidence we've heard has been particularly interesting. I don't know at the moment, in my mind, as a parliamentarian, I would hope, Deputy Convener, whether we need to weaken or strengthen the commitments that the Cabinet Secretary will be putting forward, because we haven't seen the climate change plan that's going forward. I think there is an issue in my mind about developing the issue of what's achievable, which is not only about commitment of individuals, commitment of government, but it's also on the cost of that and how we're going to achieve it. I take the point on electrification and the importance of electrification, but what I found very difficult to stomach during the whole process that we've heard, and specifically today, is to simply say the cost of doing nothing is too high, is to my mind lazy and slightly rude to the individuals that are trying to question it. Now I know, possibly by the way the vote is going to go today, that carbon budgets will go through as a thing. I may be proved now, I'm going to finish on that, is I think they'll probably go through. But in my mind, I want to register my dissatisfaction with the whole process of how this has come about, because I think as a committee we should have been discussing this much earlier than we are. And I don't like, and I've never liked, and I've always made it clear, and I think people who I've spoken to will support me on this, is that I don't like that we're doing this in the last months of this Parliament, because it is too important, far too important, to get it wrong. So when it comes to this, I will be abstaining, but not because I want to frustrate the budgets going forward, but because I want to register my dissatisfaction at how the process has gone forward. Now, Cabinet Secretary, I'm going to give you the opportunity to sum up, if you so wish.
No, I'm not going to go into all the substantive points, because I think people have made their views clear. I personally don't think it's lazy to suggest that if we do nothing, that there is a cost associated with that, there is a danger associated with that, and there's a great deal of risk associated with that. I want to align myself with the comments that the Deputy Convener has made about the responsibility of Parliament. I feel that we fell down in our responsibility in the last session by not doing what we can to support even the most minor policy directions that were put before the Parliament. It is not enough just to support a target. There has to be concerted action. And if we don't do it, this generation does not do it, the next generation will be asking, rightly, why they put them in such a precarious position. So I move the motion in my name, but I think I will leave my comments until such time as I have a full plan in front of me and I'm able to answer all those detailed questions that have been mentioned today.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. So the question is that motion S6M 18060 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary be approved. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. Therefore, there will be a vote. And I'm just, do I do it by roll call? I think is the, do a show of hands as we're all present. That's simple. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. Those who wish to abstain, please raise their hands. So Therefore, as there are 3 votes for it and 4 abstention, the motion is agreed. Thank you. That concludes our business today. I would just like to point out that next week there will be a discussion on the paper on carbon budgets. Not quite yet, Mr. Chair, which will follow from this report, which we'll sign off early next week. And there will be a consideration of the petition on air quality. There will also be a supplementary LCM on planning and infrastructure bill, which will be added to the agenda. I would also say that the committee next week are visiting Fort Marine-Port, Glasgow and Hunterston Park on the Friday. And with that, I close the meeting. And I think that was rude.